Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Mr. Chair, even as we wait for the number of young people who are still streaming in, I think we can start. We do have a good number. Allow me to lay the protocols. The chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Dr. Bishop David Oginde, the UNODC Regional Representative for Eastern Africa, Mr. Shita Mittal, representative of the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association present, the team lead for UNODC's Africa Anti-Corruption Hub, Mr. Francesco Keki, the CEO of the National Youth Council, new CEO, I must add, Karibu, barely, I think, 2 weeks old, Miss Gloria Wawera, welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and our chief guests, the young people, the youth of Kenya, good morning. Welcome to today's Kenya National Youth Forum Dialogue on Corruption. Mr. Chair, Mr. Shita, before you are very visionary and driven young people, many of whom who have continued to serve as young guardians of integrity. We started with them last year as ethics ambassadors through the Ethics Ambassadors Network. But just allow me to recognize who's in the room. If you hear your institution or school, please either wave or give a shout. Let's see. The National Youth Council representatives, who are our co-hosts today, who've accompanied, wow, congratulations, welcome. The Ethics Ambassadors Network, where are you? Welcome. The Women Students Welfare Association, WOSWA, I think they're coming in. University of Nairobi, those who are here, comrades, I think they're the ones who are coming in. SOS Children Villages, welcome. Emerging Leaders Foundation, welcome. Kenya Model United Nations, wow. Riara University, there you go. Some young people in the Web3 space, I think led by Mr. Kakai. And, there you go. Mr. Chair, those are the youth who are working on blockchain, AI, and other areas. And they are very much engaged with regards to developing solutions for the anti-corruption sector. Then we also have the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, led by Mr. Ken Babu. Welcome. And under the mentorship of the East African, the Ethics Ambassadors Network, we have Precious Blood School. Are you here? There you go. Welcome, ladies. And we have the Shri Kuchi Liva Patel School. Where are you? Welcome. Fantastic. So, Mr. Chair, this is a dedicated youth event which will serve as a build-up to our International Anti-Corruption Day on 9th next week. The International Anti-Corruption theme, as you might be aware, this year and next year will be uniting with youth against corruption, shaping tomorrow's integrity. This really speaks to the heart of our meeting today, where we are seeking to, one, provide a dialogue forum, which we have today here, between young people, policymakers, and development partners. Two, we will seek to generate and develop and strengthen partnerships among our youth. As you can see, we're from diverse backgrounds, from different institutions. So this will also serve as a great networking platform, especially with young people who are working on integrity and accountability measures. Three, we'll also be doing something quite exciting. Mr. Chair will be working on developing a Kenya National Youth Action Proposal on integrity and accountability. This proposal has been presented in draft by the Ethics Ambassadors Network, and it will be refined through the discussions that we have today, and will be presented to you and the Kenya Leadership Integrity Forum stakeholders on the 9th for International Anti-Corruption Day. And with that, just before I invite our first speaker of the day, I'd like to request, and this has also been requested by the youth here, that we observe a moment of silence in honor of the young people who lost their lives tragically during this year's Gen Z-led protest. Thank you very much. Our first speaker of the day is the CEO of the National Youth Council, Ms. Gloria Wawera. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and an accomplished public policy expert. She brings on board over 9 years of experience as a lawyer, advisor, and policy strategist. Prior to her appointment at NYC, she was at the Parliament of Kenya, where she was a legal and technical advisor to several parliamentary committees. Ms. Wawera has served in various capacities across the public and private spheres, where she has tackled an array of complex policy issues in fields such as energy, technology, and agriculture. Now, she brings to this role a deep appreciation for policy implementation, enriched by her consultancy experience and the collaborative work with academia. Gloria is dedicated to advancing impactful initiatives for Kenyan youth through mentorship, leadership, and inclusive programs. She holds a Master's of Public Policy from the University of Oxford and a Bachelor of Laws from UON. Round of applause as we welcome Ms. Gloria, who are also our co-hosts for this event. Karibu sana.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm in the company of young people. Good morning. Hamjakunywa breakfast? Bado? Jennifer will look into that, I'm sure. Vijana hoye. Vijana hoye. I take immense pride that the National Youth Council has partnered with UNODC in hosting this forum. I am most comfortable in the company of my primary constituents, you, the young people of the Republic of Kenya. It is, as has been mentioned, it is only a few days since I took office, but I have been deeply enriched by my experiences with young people in the last few days. I take immense confidence that these young people in this room and across the country will contribute meaningfully in tackling once and for all the menace of corruption in this country. Therefore, distinguished guests, representatives of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, youth leaders, ethics ambassadors, esteemed panelists and participants, good morning. Good morning once again. It is with great honor that I address you today as we gather for this critical forum, the Kenya National Youth Forum Dialogue on Corruption. I wish to extend my gratitude to the UNODC Regional Office for Eastern Africa for organizing this event and for their commitment to empowering young people in Kenya to shape a more accountable and transparent future. This dialogue forum aligns with the momentum for the upcoming International Anti-Corruption Day on 9th December 2024, themed Uniting with Youth Against Corruption, Shaping Tomorrow's Integrity Today. Today, we come together to confront one of the most pervasive challenges of our time, corruption. Corruption hinders development. It undermines trust in government and erodes the moral fabric of our society. It is therefore our collective responsibility to inspire and empower young people, as they are not only future leaders, but also agents of change today, in the present, in their various capacities. Through your innovation and resilience and determination, young people hold the power to promote transparency and accountability across all sectors of society. This forum presents a unique opportunity for dialogue that fosters understanding and collaboration between youth, policymakers, development partners, and various stakeholders here today. Together, we will explore key anti-corruption priorities and share experiences, and propose innovative solutions that will uphold the vision of the African Youth Anti-Corruption 2030 Agenda. As the National Youth Council, we are committed to amplifying the voices of young people, ensuring their active participation in governance and fostering their capacity to demand integrity and accountability from their leadership at all levels. This event underscores the role of youth in advancing ethical leadership and shaping a future grounded in integrity. Therefore, I encourage every participant, every single one of you in this room and your peers outside, to meaningfully engage in today's discussions. Leveraging the diverse perspectives that we all bring and insights in this room, let us use this platform to draft actionable solutions that will not only enhance accountability, but also inspire a new generation of ethical leaders in Kenya. In conclusion, I wish to thank you and ODC for their partnership and for bringing this event to fruition. To the young people, my primary constituents here today, remember that the fight against corruption begins with every single one of us. Let us be bold, let us be steadfast, let us lead by example. Together, we can build a nation where transparency thrives, trust is restored, and integrity prevails. Thank you so much. I wish you all fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, CEO. We welcome you to the role, and I'm sure we'll continue working together to realize support and empowerment for the young people of this country. Now, unfortunately, Honorable Babu Owino has taken ill and he'll not be making it, but we do have representation from the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association. So Mr. Ken, if you just come in and briefly give a few remarks on behalf of our young parliamentarians. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jennifer, distinguished guests, comrades, youth leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Praise the Lord. I would like to recognize the presence of Bishop himself, David Oginde. You know, Bishop holds a serious position in this country. In fact, is the man we are looking at as young people to do the job. Is that so? If Bishop decides to do the job, then the future of these young people will be safe. Allow me just give a communication, or rather read a speech guided by Honorable Babu Owino, MP Embakasi East and the Secretary General, Kenya Young Parliamentarian Association. He was supposed to be here, but unfortunately, he fell ill early this morning and had to seek medication. So, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, and invited guests, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event. This is a very dear topic to me and fellow young people across the world. Corruption in our country today and everywhere is emblematic of the broken broken social contract, and we must be renegotiated for the sake of intergenerational equity. We owe it to our future generation to begin and end corruption now. Systematic corruption, lack of accountability, and declining youth participation in decision-making has led to trust deficit in our government. Because of corruption, young people are robbed of their future by lacking access to quality education, poor health services, and high unemployment. Corruption also leads to increased cost of living and the cost of doing business and broken social health system. Ladies and gentlemen, because of corruption, young people have taken to the streets to protest here in Kenya and elsewhere, including Taiwan, France, and Bangladesh. Colleague leaders, protests are a sign of the broken social contract. Young people would want to experience change, and that should happen now. The Gen Zs in Kenya who took to the streets in June 2024 did so to protest the increased levels of corruption within the public and civil servant centers, society's leakages, and punitive finance bill then. Sadly enough, over 61 of them were killed and 131 forcibly disappeared. Similarly, university students in Bangladesh who took to the streets in July 2024 did so to demand abolition of employment quotas for the privileged in the civil service.
Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, corruption is not only costly for all of us, but also deadly. It worsens the ongoing poly crisis, making it more difficult to finance our adaptation and mitigation plans. Respond adequately to collective security challenge and accelerate implementation of SDGs. In October 2024, the World Economic Forum estimated that the developing countries collectively lose up to USD 1.26 trillion a year to corruption. This is more than enough to finance the entire climate financing commitment made during the year COP29 summit in Baku. Due to corruption, there is reduced trust in governments, less money to spend on security, and more incentives for violent extremist groups to exploit economic vulnerabilities for our young people. I want to urge all of us that let's face it, young people who are poor, unemployed, and recruited to violent extremist groups, it is our time to step up and say no to corruption, and specifically to corrupt individuals within private and public sectors. Violent extremist groups such as Al-Shabaab have exploited weak financial systems such as in digital currencies to plan and execute deadly terror attacks, as we see in both Westgate and Dusit in Nairobi. Fellow young people, in Kenya, corruption has harmed economic growth, public trust, and fabric of our society. And today we want to call upon the agencies and officers charged with responsibilities to deal with corruptions, led by ESCC, under the leadership of Bishop David Oginde, to take charge and responsibly take action and respond adequately to corrupt individuals. I have had the privilege to interact with fellow young people who are working and doing small businesses, those at universities, and also unemployed youth on the streets. All of them seem to lose hope because corruption is robbing them their present and their future. Today, one in every 4 Kenyans suffers depression, majority being youth. Anxiety and suicide is at all-time high because of hopelessness. I want to take this opportunity as I finish up by saying, today we stand tall to defend the future. The young people of this country, you stood up in 25th June, to defend the constitution of this nation. And it's our sole responsibility to stand and ensure that the corruption levels in this country are brought down, and we ensure that we are having a proper future, not only for those who are here today, but for those who will come tomorrow and days after us. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity and appreciate the opportunity to talk to these great young leaders. Asanteni sana. Vijana power. Vijana power. Comrades, 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 tibim. Hamuna saik bwana. The CEO NYC. Vijana. Unaona nguvu. Na wewe umeingia juzi. Panga mambo ya vijana. Ama namna gani?
Comrades,
na CEO alisema kutakuwa na elections. I want to urge all of you from whichever county you are, declare interest, go for those seats, contest, you will win. Sini sawa? I prophesy that you will win. Na CEO vijana wakija kwa ofisi yako jamani, panga na wao kazi. Usiwaache njaa. Na Bishop, sisi tunakuangalia. You know tomorrow it belongs to us and today is ours. Sasa hii mambo ya sisi angalia daktari. Asante.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ken Babu. I was laughing that you do share a name with Honorable Babu Owino, so that explains the energy. Thank you very much. Young people, I remind you that please tweet, share pictures on social media. We're doing this under the hashtag United Against Corruption. We're also live streaming, so please feel free to share your thoughts online and engage with the online community. Now next is our fearless leader, Ms. Ashita Mittal, who's the regional representative of UNODC here in the regional office for Eastern Africa. She oversees programs in about 13 countries in the region, including, just to mention, Burundi, Comoros, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Madagascar, Mauritius, Rwanda, Seychelles, Somalia, Tanzania, Uganda, and of course, here in Kenya. Now, prior to this position, Ms. Ashita served as a regional representative for UNODC's regional office in Central Asia, based in Tashkent from September 2014 until July 2024. Now, in this role, she covered several countries and provided technical support to UNODC programs in the Southern Caucasus. Ms. Mittal has extensive experience, having joined UNODC in '95, and before that, she worked with the World Food Program. She has over 38 years of development experience, including 29 with UNODC, focusing on areas such as counter-narcotics, transnational organized crime, the rule of law, criminal justice, penitentiary reforms, gender-based violence, anti-corruption, among others. Her work has been characterized by a nuanced approach, incorporating rights, health, gender, inclusion, and sustainable development perspectives. She holds a graduate degree in psychology and master's in social work from the Delhi University, and also is a recipient of the Fulbright the fellowship from the US. Welcome very much, Ms. Ashita.
A very good morning, Jumbo. It's such a delight for me to be here this morning with all of you. I want to say a big thank you to all the distinguished guests, our chief guests, the youth of Kenya, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud moment for me to be standing here before the young people who I don't consider only as a future, but you are our present. The voice of young people, the strength of young people, the resources, the best capital that any country can have is its youth, especially in Kenya, where you constitute more than 70% of the population. You are the shapers, as I said, not only of the future, but also shaping the dialogue, discussion, and discourse in this very country. I am new to Kenya, but not new to the subject of anti-corruption. I come from a country, India, where I've seen that happen, but wherever I've gone, corruption is one issue that is actually cross-cutting, and it does not spare anybody. What it does is steals away our dreams, our future, and our aspirations for sustainable development. And therefore, today's dialogue that we have is a clear reflection that UNODC is totally committed to partner with all of you. A very warm welcome to this National Youth Forum on Corruption here at the UN headquarters premises. It is in Nairobi in terms of the work we do in this region. It's one of the headquarters of the UN, the UNON, and very pleased to partner as UNODC Regional Office for Eastern Africa with the NYC, the ESCC, and all of you who represent, including the Parliament, the Young Parliamentarians Association, and I think many organizations that are in the room represent the voices of many who are not in the room. And therefore, it puts double responsibility on our shoulders to have an honest and a clear dialogue and discussion on this subject. It's an absolute honor to be here among such a diverse and dynamic group of young minds who have the potential to be leaders in promoting integrity in our society now and also in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the stakes are higher than ever before. Climate change, escalated armed conflicts, deepening inequality, persisting exclusion and marginalization of disadvantaged communities constitute some of the defining challenges impacting our societies. Corruption compounds all these issues by subtracting vital resources from public services, hampering democracy and participation, and fueling a sense of despair and alienation and from political processes, in particular amongst the youth. With all protocols observed, I really want to say thank you for the honest and sincere words reflected by Ms. Gloria Wawira, the CEO of the National Youth Council. Thank you for partnering with us. It's indeed a privilege to Honorable Dr. David Oginda, Chairperson of EACC, for UNODC. It's an absolute privilege to participate and also be partners with EACC. I think in you, I didn't realize when I met you this morning that you were also the bishop. So I would say it's a future voice of how we need to make sure this is part of a way of thinking, behaving, and acting. For me, corruption is not a project. It is really a value that we need to embed in whatever we think, do, and act on. And therefore, there is one definition that God, when He created all of us, said, be honest, be sincere, be also especially honest to the resources that we have with us. There is no shortcut but to do work hard and do it sincerely, so we do not steal, that we do not take away the resources from our own that are around us, but from others too. I have to say that this is a time that we see that there are almost 36 conflicts that are happening around the world. Some of the money that goes out of here also finds its way into fueling these terrorist groups. I worked in Afghanistan and I saw the worst because the money went in to fuel the conflicts, the many terrorist groups that worked. But it's not just in Afghanistan. We see that happening in our neighborhood, in Somalia, in Sudan. These are movements, and yet these are also situations of extreme conflicts that have happened, whether it's in Gaza or in Ukraine. Monies find their way into arms possessions. Monies find their way into making sure that the rich get richer and we get poorer. Last year, the world marked that halfway point of the implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. There is a mounting global concern about the possibility of not reaching the 17 development goals. And most of the problems are related to lack of resources. Half of the African countries are facing debt distress, spending more in servicing the debts than on health and education. And while illicit financial flows are estimated to cost the African economies about $90 billion annually, and we did hear from Mr. Babu that actually the global loss every year is around $1.26 trillion. And you're right, in Baku, he said we don't have the money to look at addressing climate change. One of the regions that will be really badly affected is Africa, and we cannot afford to do that. It's not just the climate change agenda. It is also linked to all of the environmental crimes that also fuel, they happen because there are also corrupt practices around. Nothing is invisible till we want it to be invisible. With 70% of sub-Saharan Africa under the age of 30, fighting corruption is vital for the future of all young citizens. Not just young citizens, but also your future children. Young people are often victims of corrupt practices while stifling their progress and deprives them of educational opportunities, job prospects, engagement in public life, success in sports, and access to healthcare, among other essential services. But also equally important, also deprivation of, and we can be deprived of also access to justice, which happens because, this is also equally important for us to understand. We need judicial integrity, we need integrity in the law enforcement agencies, but most importantly, also in the private sector that is investing hugely here. So I think this is a whole cycle of investment at different levels, and therefore we need to address anti-corruption measures. While facing these challenges, young people have demonstrated over and over again that they have potential to become powerful agents of change. And we have seen that happen in Bangladesh, a country that I worked in, and I can tell you that this is something that you observe, that, that people feel the pain and pinch. I have seen also governments and regimes change in India because of corrupt practices. In recent years, we have witnessed the power of youth in driving transformative changes. From the streets of Lagos during the End SARS movement to the voices demanding climate justice for all over the world. And here in Kenya, with Gen Z protests, young people have consistently led the charge of justice and accountability. These movements remind us that when youth unite, they can disrupt entrenched systems and ignite hope. I think the most important thing is to engage with young people in a constructive manner. We need to put our ears on the ground. We need to hold hands together. And I always believe in the principle, nothing for young people without young people themselves. So you need to shape up this agenda in more than one ways. The theme of this year's Anti-Corruption Day, Uniting with Youth Against Corruption, Shaping Tomorrow's Integrity, is very timely. It is evident that to unlock new solutions and inspire our efforts to fight corruption, we must ensure meaningful youth engagement. And I'm glad that we have this partnership today. UNODC recognizes the immense potential of young people and has been actively working with youth through our GRACE initiative. The GRACE initiative engages the next generation of integrity leaders by integrating anti-corruption curricula into primary, secondary, and university education. Additionally, the GRACE initiative has established a youth-led advisory board to help support young anti-corruption champions and enhance youth participation in intergovernmental dialogues. I am very happy to see that one of our advisory board members, Ms. Disha Pasha, is here today. Where are you, Ms. Pasha? Could you just raise your hand so we know you're in the room? Thank you for joining us today. It's really important that you're part of the advisory board. Last year in Kenya, through this initiative, our regional office convened young leaders from various African countries for a youth-dedicated event which developed the Africa Youth Anti-Corruption 2030 vision, outlining key priorities for the youth to fight corruption in Africa. These priorities continue to be shared with world leaders, policymakers, educators, and CSOs, urging them to work with young people in ensuring that the vision is achieved by 2030. This is extremely important. You know, we used to have the MDG goals, and when we drafted the SDG goals, the Goal 16 has a very powerful instrument in it, which is related to transparency, accountability, and integrity issues. So therefore, you see, this is the essence. A good governance is the essence for achieving sustainable development goals. In the same year, we also supported the launch of the Ethics Ambassadors Network of Kenya, aimed at mentoring and empowering young graduates on integrity and ethics issues. I'm happy to note that many of the ethics ambassadors are represented here today. Thank you for your trust, your partnership, and we hope that the dialogues will continue even in future. UNODC also organized youth anti-corruption hackathons, which demonstrated how young people continue to be an incredible source of ideas and innovative solutions to address corruption. I encourage the young generation of Kenya to continue leveraging on technologies such as the blockchains. I'm very pleased that you're in the room, and AI and online platforms to enhance transparency and increase access to information, and coming up with tools that facilitate anonymous reporting of corrupt practices. The bill on whistleblowers is pending. We hope that whistleblowers protection, I think this is a very important one, but you know, when you want to say something, as you said, you have to be fearless. There's always a cost to whatever we do, but the cost of corruption is even huger. So please, I hope that this bill will go through. I urge through our young parliamentarians, please make sure that the bill goes through and people are protected when they actually become whistleblowers. Mr. Chairman of the EACC, we have also developed a national policy guide for anti-corruption authorities aimed at assisting anti-corruption authorities in meaningfully engaging young people to support them in their anti-corruption efforts. It fills a gap between intention of these agencies to engage young people and the lack of guidance available on how to do so. May I request, Mr. Chairperson, it's my pleasure now to present to you the policy guide which has been put together. May I invite Dr. Oginde to hand over the guide and also to the Youth Council CEO and representatives of the Young Parliamentarians Group. Let me thank all our partners, My message to you and a call for action to all of the young people is to keep pushing, mobilizing and bringing your ideas to the table and demanding accountability. This is the central piece of it. Accountability, transparency, and integrity go hand in hand together. For the young legislators, I challenge you to actively listen to the youth as their ideas today may hold the key to the best solutions for combating corruption and strengthening integrity today, tomorrow, and for the future too. As we approach International Anti-Corruption Day on December 9th, let this forum mark the beginning of a new era, an era with legacy of integrity, accountability, and transparency. UNCAC, the UN Convention Against Corruption, belongs to all of us, but especially to you, the generation of present and the future. You have the tools, the passion, the vision to making a lasting impact. The time for action is not tomorrow, it is today, now. The future is yours to shape, but the present is also yours to shape. Let's shape it with integrity, accountability, and transparency. I wish you all good health, happiness, and success, and the power of your convictions. You have to really believe in it and to also have the strength to come and act on it. I wish you all the best, and our office is located, your ODC office is located in this compound. My doors are always open. And we should be able to have a continuing dialogue. Asante sana and Asantini, I'm sorry, I'm just getting confused, I'm getting used to the words, but just to say, I will get better. I've just been here 3 months, but I hope that we will have more opportunities to come together and continue our dialogue and discussion. Wish you good health and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ashita. As you can see, young people, we are led by a very wonderful and passionate person in matters of the youth. In fact, I remember our very first meeting, Ms. Ashita, when we were discussing youth anti-corruption engagement with the hub. You encouraged us to pursue youth engagement, and I thank you very much for that. Thank you also for presenting the youth engagement policy to EACC, to the chair. Mr. Chairman, I confirm we have several copies printed, ready to be shared with your staff, and we will be sending that back home with Madam Joyce. Now it is my absolute honor and pleasure to invite our chief guest, Dr. David Oginde, Bishop, as is otherwise known, to some congregants who might be here. Now, Dr. Oginde serves as the current chair of EACC. I know you're very familiar with EACC, which is the constitutional commission that is mandated with the work of preventing and combating corruption and economic crimes in Kenya. Dr. Oginde is a thought leader on matters leadership and governance. He's the founder of Catalyst Associates, a leadership development firm that runs courses, coaching, and consultancy for individuals and organizations. He holds a PhD in organizational leadership from Regent University in the United States, a Master's of Arts in Leadership from Park University, a Bachelor of Architecture from the University of Nairobi. He's a certified mediator and a fellow of the Institute of Certified Secretaries. Dr. Oginde has a passion for value-driven leadership and has led several training workshops and seminars for corporate, government officials, and non-profit institutions in various aspects of leadership and government. He is the immediate former presiding bishop of Christ is the Answer Ministries, popularly known as CITAM, where he led several organizational transformation initiatives, placing CITAM as a cutting-edge institution. He is the founding council chair of the Mama Ngina University College, a constituent college of Kenyatta University, and he's also the vice chair of the Association of Evangelicals in Africa. One thing that's not on that formal bio is that Mr. Chairman, Daktari, last year in September, in this very same room, launched the the Ethics Ambassadors Network. I keep saying East African, perhaps it should grow beyond the borders of Kenya. But for the EAN members who are present, Faisal, the president is here. There you go, Mr. President. You remember very well that the chairman graciously launched this network, and I can confirm to you, Chair, that the network has been very, very active, continued numerous engagement, and even mentored high school integrity clubs who are present in this room. So I think you birthed a very wonderful network, and they remain inspired by you. While we were organizing this, they said it only serves right that you be the one to also come and speak to the young people today. Welcome.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer, for that introduction, and thank you to our leaders who are seated here at the front. Ashita, we just met this morning, and already I just like your spirit in these matters of ethics and anti-corruption fight. We have done a lot of work with UNODC, and so I want to appreciate all those efforts that we have taken together in UNODC and EACC. Francesco has been at the center of most of that work. Thank you very much. Gloria, I also met you this morning, 10 days into the job. And you're already addressing such a distinguished group of young people. We really have hope. And Ken, where's Ken? Yes. Oh, you migrated. I left you down here. The lifting of God. That's what happens. Thank you very much for those remarks that you made. I listened keenly, especially what you said about me and what we should do as EACC. We'll take it seriously. Corruption, as all our speakers have already pointed out, remains the greatest challenge that any society faces. And it is not a Kenyan problem, it's a global problem. Corruption robs the poorest and the weakest to feed the greed of the rich and the powerful. Corruption distorts education and trade, national development, security, and all those things that affect us as a society, as a community. The biggest challenge that we face, particularly in our country, is that we have not made the connection between the problems that we face, the challenges that we face in our universities, in our educational institutions, in our hospitals, in our infrastructure, and all the things that affect us as a society. We have not made the connection that actually behind most of these challenges is corruption. Men and women who have taken resources that were meant to pay our teachers, our lecturers, our doctors, our nurses, resources that were supposed to build our roads, to provide medicine in our hospitals, have been diverted by a few greedy people. And we end up being the ones that suffer. It's unfortunate that our young people have been enlisted, sometimes unknowingly, into this gravy train, especially during election times, to be part and parcel of enriching these people, empowering them in order for them to get into positions of power. Young people, unless we do something, this cycle will continue. Unless we make that connection and stand up and rise up against this evil vice of corruption, we will continue to suffer. Unemployment will continue in our country, in our nations. You hold the power to shape the future that we desire. Kenya's population is made up of young people, majority of whom are still in learning institutions. And this is not just a statistic, it is a declaration of the potential that you hold to bring about national transformation. We at the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission believe in this potential. That is why we are committed to empowering and equipping young people to become a force for integrity through initiatives like the integrity clubs that we run in our schools and institutions of higher learning. These are not just clubs in the sense of a club where people come for a social event, but they are incubators for values, for moral foundations, and for leadership. We provide tools that can help us as young people to transform our society, because we believe that real change must begin with you. Throughout history, and I mentioned this last time when we were launching the ambassadors, youth ambassadors, throughout history, young people like yourselves have rewritten the stories of their nations. People like Steve Biko in South Africa, at just 30 years old, led an anti-apartheid movement that awakened his people to their rights and their dignities. Nelson Mandela started his journey in his 20s, and his courage transformed his country's destiny. He played a significant role in the anti-apartheid struggle throughout his life, eventually becoming the president of South Africa. Malala Yousafzai, at just 15, stood against oppression and became a global symbol for education and equality. Right here in Kenya, we have had young people who have stood up against evils in society and made a difference. Even positively, innovations like M-Pesa, which has revolutionized global mobile banking, was sparked by young minds like yours. What lessons can we learn from these few individuals and others who we don't have time to enlist? That you have energy. In you there is passion, there is creativity that can catapult you into greatness, so that next time we are reading a list like this, your name should be in that list, because you have risen up from the ordinary folks to be able to do something that makes a difference in society. You must therefore channel your strengths towards national, continental, and global transformation, especially in the area of combating corruption and other economic crimes. How can you participate in this transformation process? Number one, at a personal level, you must embrace values. Our society faces challenges like corruption, radicalization, drug peddling, and addiction. These can be defeated if we as young people stay focused on hard work, sincerity, and hope. You must not let peer pressure or shortcuts to define your path. Greatness comes to those who invest in integrity and perseverance. And I believe that if every one of us who is seated here this morning, forget about those who are out there, make the decision to embrace positive values, we can transform this nation. We can change this country. Secondly, step into leadership. Leadership is not about age, it's about conviction. The men and women I've listed here were not elected by anyone. but they rose up to the occasion when they saw the need. Leadership is about providing solutions, and you can provide solution at wherever you are, in whichever space you are in. If you believe in change, you must be ready to rise up and lead with courage within your own context. Let your passion for transformation inspire others towards positive change. Thirdly, innovate and create. The world is waiting for your ideas. From technology to social solutions, your creativity can help solve the problems that we face today. Where I sit in ESCC, new corruption has gone digital. And we need digital solutions to help us track and trace budgeted corruption, money laundering, and cross-border economic crimes. And I was very delighted to hear that there's a group here who is already involved in big data and AI. We would like you to come and let us talk together and see how we can use technology to defeat corruption networks that are growing by the day. AI can help us trace the flow of illicit funds across financial systems by analyzing transaction networks and identify links to known corruption actors. These small ideas can grow into what can actually help us to combat corruption within our context. So where are the creatives of our time who can come up with ideas, revolutionary ideas, that can help us stand up against this vice? Fourthly, I want to ask you to stand up against corruption. Corruption may promise quick rewards, but it destroys the very future that you are looking up to. It is sad, but recent surveys reveal that many young people don't see the harm in dishonest shortcuts like plagiarism. Within school, I am a lecturer in one of our universities, and this is one of the problems we face. If you are stealing exams at university level or high school level, how will you not steal the money that is given to you? So before you make noise about those who are stealing billions, you yourselves should stand up against those people who are copying exams, buying assignments, selling their bodies for marks. This is where it all begins. Fake certificates is now becoming a pandemic in our country. Every week I'm signing files of senior, middle, and lower level staff within government who got into positions of service through fake certificates. In fact, it is now becoming too much. Why is it so? Because there are people who do not want to work hard so that they get legitimate certification for the education that they have undertaken. Instead, they go to River Road and other places and get certificates that do not belong to them, purporting to have come from our universities. You may have seen it in the media recently. One of our universities graduated 200 students who never sat for exams, but paid a little money so that their names could be inserted in the graduation list. So these are some of the things that we must stand up to while we are still young, while we are still at the university. Foundation that you lay today is what will determine who you are tomorrow. It is not a miracle. If you lay a wrong foundation today for yourself, you will reap the wrong things tomorrow. No nation has ever thrived through corruption. Greatness is built on honesty, on hard work, and on trust. If we embrace this as young people, our nation will change, and change very quickly. Because as you enter into the marketplace, in the place of employment, and you stand up for integrity, corruption will die very soon and very quickly. The last thing that I want to call us to, develop a moral identity. Develop a moral identity. Moral identity is a personal, internalized image of who you are. It's the foundation that determines what you do in every situation. It is a primary component of self-identity regarding your individual sense of morality, such that your moral identity is what will determine what you do when you are faced with a moral dilemma. When confronted with a moral dilemma, the decision that you take at that point will be determined by your moral identity. For many young people, unfortunately, our moral identity is founded on other people. And so when you ask a person, why engage in such wicked things? Or why are you doing this? They say, but everybody is doing it. In other words, your moral identity is based on everybody. So if everybody is doing it, then I'll also do it. Develop your personal moral identity. Men and women, young men and young women, who have survived the times as men and women of integrity have been people who have been willing to stand against the tide, against what everybody else is doing, and stand up for that which is right, for that which is moral. Those are the people who break through into greatness. It is not people who go with the flow. Dead fish go with the flow. Live fish swim against the current. They choose where they want to go, and it doesn't matter which direction the river is flowing. They can swim upstream. How many dead fish are in the room? None. Let us all be live fish in this murky river of corruption and swim against the currents and cause our nation and our globe to be a great place to live in. That choice is ours, it's yours. Will you settle for shortcuts, or will you rise as a generation and say, enough is enough with corruption, so that you can protect your birthright and not trade it for fleeting gains? And so, fellow young people, you have the power to build this nation so that we can stand tall as a nation of integrity, innovation, and hard work. It will not be easy, but the rewards will outlast us. Remember, ethics and integrity may not bring you instant results, but they lay the foundation for a legacy that you'll be proud of. Oprah Winfrey once said, real integrity is doing the right thing, knowing that nobody is going to know whether you did it or not. So I challenge you as I sit down, stay true to your values, lead with conviction, refuse to compromise your future. The destiny of our nation depends on you, our young people. Kenya's transformation begins with you today, and I'm here to support any initiative that we can take as young people of this nation. I thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for reminding us to rise up, to stand up, because the destiny of Kenya depends on the youth of today. Thank you very much, distinguished delegates, for being quite attentive, and for those who are here on time, for being on time. And now I'll request that we adjust the agenda slightly to allow for our chief guest to proceed to another meeting that he is attending. And I note that we are running behind. So I'll kindly invite us to take a group photo, then we can break for tea break. Then afterwards we'll come in and start with our session 1. So we'll be taking the photo at the stairs. Just when you get out on your right, there's a stairs there. We can all rise up and just quickly move there. We can have a group photo. Videography and photography team, kindly help us move the banners quickly. Thank you very much. Videography team will also guide you in case you're lost. Just down at the stairs. Let's move on quickly, please. Vijana tusonge. Miss Wakoli will join us here at the front, please. well-being of leaders and entrepreneurs because she believes that well-being facilitates well-doing. She believes in love as the greatest force for change in the world and as a champion for leading with love. With over 22 years of experience in youth empowerment, Karen has established herself as a visionary leader in Kenya and beyond. She has served in several boards in government, corporate, and civil society. And she has also participated in outstanding leadership fellowships such as the East African Acumen Fellowship and Obama African Leaders Programs. Her dedication to youth and women empowerment, democracy, and good governance has earned her numerous accolades and recognition. Notably, in 2018, and this one I remember, Karen Wakoli and the Emerging Leaders Foundation garnered global recognition when the former US President Barack Obama acknowledged their work in promoting dignity and ending poverty through the empowerment of youth leaders as agents of positive change. Now, please join me in welcoming Ms. Karen Wakoli to take over. Amazing. To take over the next two sessions. Karibu.
Hello, hello. Saseni. I know we have had tea, so we must be having a lot of energy. Hello, hello. Yeah. Tea and coffee and samosa and what else was there? Yes, all those things. And I'm so glad that we are back, energetic to have these conversations. And I'd like for us to really draw from within our hearts. And so as I wait to get the profiles for the next two speakers before we invite the panel, I'd like for you to just take a moment, turn to your neighbor, and have a conversation about values, ethics, and corruption. What does that mean to you? What has your experience been? What makes you happy about it? What vexes your soul about it? One minute to go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm hoping that when we get to the plenary session, some of those conversations, will be verbalized for all of us to engage. Wow, I can see we're still going on. Tutaendelea baadaye. Thank you so much. Thank you for your engagement. And so for the next session, we have two key speakers, and immediately after the keynote engagements for the next session, we go straight into the panel discussion. And so for the keynote presentations, we have 2 of them. One will be by UNODC, the other will be by ESCC. So our speaker from UNODC is none other than Mr. Francesco Keki. He is the team lead, UNODC Africa Anti-Corruption Hub. Oh, I skipped the profile. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's welcome Mr. Keki. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So really glad and happy to talk to a congregation of young leaders, young minds. I have a presentation, perhaps we can put it up. So yeah, my name is Francesco Keki. I am the team leader of the Africa Anti-Corruption Hub. I have been doing anti-corruption work for around 20 years, even a little bit more than that. I don't know that I have achieved much, but I've tried. So let me start by asking some of you a question. Can somebody give me a definition of corruption? Who would like to speak? A volunteer. Please. Your name?
My name is Ted Iha. I think corruption can be defined as the abuse of office and power and resources for self-interest and gain.
Very good, very good. There is a definition indeed that is quite mainstream, which is by Transparency International. You know the NGO, and it goes something like our colleagues said, more or less the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. So the abuse of entrusted power. And it's a little bit broader from what he said, because it's not just public office, but when you say entrusted power, you look also at the private sector, right? So it's a broader definition in a way. But since we are talking about the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the convention does not have a definition of corruption inside, because the state parties that convened more than 20 years ago to establish, to develop the convention, clearly understood that it was such a complex phenomenon that it was very, very hard to capture it in a definition. So what they decided to do is to rather define corruption crimes. I will talk about this a little bit later. But first of all, corruption is a multidimensional challenge, we call it, that has impact, of course, on human rights. You have heard it this morning from the speeches of our distinguished leaders, Ashita and the chairman of EACC and the others. But one thing that it's important to understand, I think in particular, is human rights. So corruption and human rights are very much related. The violations of social rights enshrined in the Human Rights Convention of the United Nations are very often caused by corruption. So participation, access to services, access to education, of course, we have heard it this morning, all disrupted by corruption. One thing we talk about a lot now is environment. So the green transition, you may have heard this theme, the green transition, developing economies which are sustainable economically. So there are studies that indicate that the green transition, so the development of this technology, the development of these industries in the countries of the region is slowed down because of corruption. For example, powerful conglomerates of individuals and companies may pressure through illicit means, bribery, sometimes we call it lobbying, but bribery abuse of function, conflicts of interests, to define the agenda of the countries against the green transition, because many conglomerates of economic multinational companies, they have a lot to lose, right, if the economic model of the states changes, right? So there are powerful forces, what you may call also the deep state. I don't know if you have heard this terminology. The deep state is the network of very, very powerful individuals and companies that are all connected among each other. They are most of the time below the radar. You don't see them in TV. Huh? In TV, you see the president, you see the CEO of the ACC, you see the legislators. You don't see the deep state. The deep states utilizes corruption to avoid those policy transitions that will hamper their capacity to accumulate resources and keep on being at the top of the hierarchy, of the economic hierarchy in the various countries we live in. And the ones that suffers are, of course, you, the normal citizens. The normal citizens whose opportunities are deprived by this type of high-level, very entrenched corruption. So think very carefully about what is going on, because this is about your life, it's about your future. So they changed my slide, it means I have to proceed. Okay. Other types of impact, you know, it has been studied, it's okay, you can go ahead. That Africa loses $80 billion a year in illicit financial flows. So money that are taken away from the continent are invested, laundered abroad. This is a figure from the World Bank. We don't know how accurate it is, but it's probably quite accurate. And the continent has come together under the Thabo Mbeki agenda on illicit financial flow. You may have heard of it several years ago, I think 2015 even. And develop the common position on asset recovery. So the common position on asset recovery of all the African countries that say, okay, these resources that have been looted from our countries, that have been transported abroad, that have been laundered through financial centers, they have to be returned to the countries of origin. And that's because Africa loses a lot of funds that are taken away, reinvested. I don't want to name names, but you know, a lot of it is invested in very rich countries that are already rich and receive additional resources from proceeds of crime. So that's a very staggering figure. We have developed, the United Nations has developed, yes, next slide, it's fine, the Sustainable Development Goals. So the goals are about poverty, health, maternal health, access to education, cleaning up the environment, the water, the sea, and so on. So there's a lot in the SDGs, but as it was mentioned this morning by Ashita, Goal 16 has clear indicators on anti-corruption, in particular what asset recovery and bribery. So these are indicators that are enshrined in the Agenda for Development of the United Nations, the Agenda 2030. And that's important. It's an important message. It was not like that before. You know, before we had the Millennium Development Goals, there was not mentioning much about corruption and democracy and rule of law. Now we understand, it's clear that without rule of law, we cannot achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So it's very topical, it's key in the development agenda of the United Nations. Next slide. So why do we need a convention, an international convention? Because, I mean, countries could develop their own laws. We even have the African Union Anti-Corruption Convention. So why the United Nations Convention Against Corruption? The main thing, in my opinion, is that fundamentally corruption cannot be fought in a country alone. You need an international framework to address corruption. Why? Because some of the things we mentioned before. Think about money laundering. Think about stolen assets. Think about the need for international cooperation to address these issues. Corruption spills over from country to country, especially high-level corruption. Criminals are actually quite smart. They would never launder big amount of funds in the countries where they have stolen them, unless it's a very corrupt regime and they are friends of the politicians and so on. But it's not often like that. Very often, the proceeds of crime are laundered abroad. So if you have big cases of corruption, like you have in Kenya, several, and probably you have heard of some of them, most of the time, funds, they fly abroad. So that's why you need an international framework to fight corruption. And also the other very relevant thing is that, countries sometimes need to be pushed. So an international framework is a very good way to promote reforms at the national level. It doesn't happen very often and it's not self-evident, but good reforms are introduced all the time because of the framework constituted by the UN Convention Against Corruption. Many people have said the convention is not very strong because it doesn't have an enforcement mechanism. And that's what you hear about many international treaties. They say, okay, these countries, they came together, they ratified this convention, but how do you enforce, how do you punish those countries that do not implement the convention? That's the question that many people ask. In fact, what we talk about when we talk about the UN Convention Against Corruption is the peer-to-peer pressure, the soft power of being exposed to an international fora where you have to demonstrate one way or another that you have introduced these measures. There are many critics of this model, but this is the minimum common denominator the countries could agree upon when they developed the convention. You cannot go beyond what countries agree upon. So the countries did not agree to an enforcement mechanism, a system that would punish those countries that do not implement the convention. But nevertheless, the convention has a strong power of driving reforms in the countries that have ratified it. Next slide. So it's, as I said, the convention, why should you care? It's an international treaty. Why should you care? Because if you read it, I don't know how many of you have read the convention. Probably when I was your age, I didn't read it either. But if you take a look at it, I mean, especially for those that study law, it's a very, very interesting treaty. I mean, you have in there a number of legislative measures which are quite sophisticated. And we will talk about this a little bit. They are quite innovative, sophisticated, and they can really drive forward not only the legal framework, but also the debate on anti-corruption. Next slide. So, just very briefly, because I know time is limited, what's in the convention? First of all, prevention. All there is prevention measure, including promoting fair system of public service, meaning public officials should be selected by merit. And we have heard this morning the chairman of EACC, Bishop Oginde, talking about the fact that in the public office, now there are people that actually basically defrauded the system to get their university degree. So big violation of the UN Convention Against Corruption here, because merit, transparency, and accountability on how the civil servants are selected as well as promoted. This is extremely, extremely important. The civil servant should be the best and the brightest because serving the public, of course, is the highest office one could aspire to. There's many other things under prevention of corruption. There's conflicts of interest, for example. And we heard of it also this morning, the conflict between your public function and your private interest of yourself or your family, your relatives. There are issues around public procurement. So up to 25% of GDP is spent in procuring services and goods by the state. So it's a huge amount of money, and that's where a lot of corruption happens. So bribery, of course, by companies of public officials to get a public contract. That happens all the time, even by multinational companies, of course. Local and multinational companies. So a lot of corruption there. There is the issue of private sector preventing corruption in the private sector, so making sure that businesses also adhere to ethical standards. But there's also something very interesting for you, access to information. The government has to give information to the people about where do the government spend money, how, so budget, resources, and I'm glad that you will speak about open data, because it's a very important agenda, and I know that most of you are very familiar with IT and social media and all these ways of communication, which could be very, very relevant for sharing information on where do your money go. It's your money. With the money that the government spends, it's your money. It's not their money. So if I know that somebody else is spending my money, I want to know how they are spending it. It's very simple. It's as simple as that. So there should be total transparency of budget, resources, or expenditures on everything, unless, of course, the countries say, for security, defense, some of the information may not be shared. But other than that, basically everything should be completely transparent and accessible. And many countries then they develop these open data portals. These open data portals, they stay up for 1 year or two, and then the data are old. They're not, really seriously informed, there's no up-to-date information and so on. So we need a group of people that holds the government accountable. Even when an open data portal has been established, you need it. You need this control, this check by the NGOs, by the people. I know I have to speed up. I want to say criminalization and law enforcement, also very important. So all the crimes, bribery, active and passive, abuse of power, trading in influence, embezzlement. These are the main ones. International bribery as well. So there, if you read the convention, you have the crimes. This is, I say there's no definition. This is how you define corruption, through the crimes that are established within the convention. That's the best way to define it. And then, of course, you have an article on a chapter on asset recovery. I talked a little bit about the importance of asset recovery. By the way, there's no other international framework whatsoever that ever speaks about asset recovery. It's only the UN Convention Against Corruption. And international cooperation among investigative authorities, for the same reason I mentioned before. Next slide. So almost the entire world has ratified the convention, which is a good news. In this region, only Eritrea hasn't ratified the convention. And that's important because the convention can be used as a base for mutual legal assistance. Perhaps you know what's mutual legal assistance: cooperation among investigative authorities for investigating a corruption case that has an international aspect to it. Next slide. I mentioned participation. That's very important for you. I just want to focus on this article. Article 13 of the Convention requests state parties to introduce measures to promote the active participation of individuals and groups outside of the public sector, such as civil society, non-governmental organization, and community-based organization, the prevention and the fight against corruption, and to raise public awareness regarding the existence, causes, gravity, and the threat posed by corruption. Undertake public information activity that contribute to non-tolerance of corruption, as well as public education, including school and university curricula. So this is very important for you, and this is the base of, your demand, your demand, participation. I want to participation. I want to participate. I want to have access to information. I want to be able to have a say in this fight against corruption. Next slide. So what do we do at UNODC? Very briefly on our programs. We do education, empowerment, and connection of actors, individuals that are engaged in the fight against corruption. Next slide. We have, in particular, the GRACE initiative. I don't know if you have heard of it. It is an initiative that promotes the empowerment of youth from very little, from the primary schools to the secondary to university, with a variety of educational programs and opportunities for people like you to participate in training, workshops, and also with regard to the university, we are looking at modules for teaching anti-corruption to university students. So we have an enormous, next slide. We have an enormous amount of information on our website, UNODC/corruption, I think, yes, UNODC/corruption. And then you can find the modules for anti-corruption university students that professors can utilize to build a curriculum on anti-corruption for university. And we have on anti-corruption, next slide, and we have them also on ethics and accountability, with a variety of topics. We're talking also about ethical leadership, gender dimensions of corruption, business integrity, professional ethics, and so on. So, and these are all free for everybody to utilize. So I have to say, these days, with you have access to information that when I was your age I could only dream of. So use it. Is up there. You can read it. You can also talk to your professor at university and say, look, maybe some professors are here too. Look, there's these fantastic resources the UNODC is promoting. If you want to use them, we can help. We can provide some resources. So these are extremely interesting. Just promote them, and we can see how we can support your university in integrating anti-corruption in the curriculum. Next slide. So we have a variety of publications as well. I will not dwell too much into it. Next slide. So just to sum up, working with youth is a priority. We have said it in the morning. We would like to really engage with you in all aspects of integrity, transparency, accountability, anti-corruption. We are here. We are at the UN. Feel free to get our contact to send us your requests for engagement, for assistance. We hope that this framework that we're constituting today, together with our partners, of course, which are much more connected than we are with your organizations, to promote together the fight against corruption. So thank you very much. I will stop here, and maybe there will be some questions. I'll be happy to delve a little bit more into the nitty-gritty of the fight against corruption. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Francesco. And I wonder where Solomon Atella is. You were seated somewhere there. Solomon, are you in the house? From ESCC? Oh, he's on call. Okay, great. Any outstanding, something you've been able to catch from the presentation that we just had? New awareness, new information you did not have, or something that has really impressed upon your heart from what you have had? Anyone? Just raise up your hand and then you will activate your mic to be able to speak. I see one hand there, that is number 1. Any other hand? Number 2, this side. Number 3, number 4. Thank you so much. So we start with number 1. And please make it very brief. Thank you so much. Please go ahead. Oh, the mic.
Hi, my name is Wawira, and I think the biggest take home will be the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. I didn't know that existed till today. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Where was number 2? Thank you. And if I can get somebody else to get the mic and take to the other side, that would be great. Where was number 2?
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Paula Kimbo Alutaya from the Ethics Ambassadors of Strathmore University. And what stood out for me was the emphasis on access to information, on where the government spends the money, as we're the taxpayers, and we should know where the funds go, which equates to total transparency.
Let's appreciate Paula. Thank you so much, Paula. Number 3, yes.
Oh, it was even activated.
Oh, it's activated? Yeah. Okay, just try this.
So there's a lot of levels of corruption, and it's not just money. So we all have to sit down and look into it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And then finally, there was a hand right here. Okay, let me pass the mic.
Maureen Mwangi is my name, from SOS Kenya. I was impressed by the fact that you're partnering with learning institutions, because creating awareness is the start of people understanding what corruption is and how to mitigate it. Thank you.
And I have a question for you. Why is it important to partner with learning institutions?
Well, as we all know, knowledge is power. And so if people are knowledgeable about what corruption is, then they are ready to talk about it, to fight against corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Mr. Atela is now at the podium. And just before I get to you, I have one more question. So how come we have the awareness about statistics and we see how corruption pains us? We have lost our loved ones and crazy things are happening. We're struggling because of corruption, poor infrastructure, inaccessibility of healthcare, education and all that stuff. Yet corruption still goes on. Yet young people also are partakers and participants in corruption. How come? Yet we have the awareness. Might anyone have a response for us? Then I'll come to you.
When it's favoring you, it's connection. When it's not favoring you, it's corruption. Food for thought.
So when does corruption favor us?
And you know you're going to get something out of it. A position, money, power, something you're working towards, especially as a young person in these times. Then it's favoring you, that's a connection. When it's not, is it really corruption?
So what would cause us to say no to corruption when we know that corruption is going to favor me? It's going to favor you to maybe get a scholarship that you haven't qualified for, to get access to medical care when there's somebody else maybe supposed to be getting a transplant earlier than you, but then we bribe and then our person gets the transplant earlier than us, the other one dies. What will cause us to say no to corruption when it's in our favor? I see...
Probably would have personal accountability and conviction not to engage in it.
What does personal accountability and conviction mean in simple terms?
In simple terms, is understanding that people are supposed to get, you don't take what does not belong to you. You're able to help the other person too. That's what we lack in our whole journey of that thing that's happening now.
Thank you so much. And I see many more hands. I'll come to you. And I have just one more question as I go back to the podium. Do we have any one person here who corruption was favoring you? Something, an opportunity, resources, whatever was favoring you, and you looked at it and acknowledged that but said no. Do we have any one person? Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So does it mean the rest of us said yes? So among the 6 people, if your story is so compelling, like you feel it is so compelling and you want to share that with us in less than 2 minutes, please raise your hand. We have these 2 people here. So which one do we give? Okay, so then you take 1 minute instead of 2 minutes.
Hello, hi. My name is Sarah Wycliffe, and I'm from the Ethics Ambassadors Network. So, if I can recall the day when I was faced by corruption and I managed to say no, I remember back then when I was taking my bachelor's course in computer science, and as we all know it, especially as comrades, it reaches at a time where sometimes you cannot be able to afford school fees. And I was at the brink of dropping out of school, and somebody just showed up and said, I can ensure that your name gets fixed to the school system, and you can actually get to learn without paying fees, and you'll get to graduate without going through the channel of paying school fees. Actually, it was a very enticing offer, given that I was almost dropping out due to school fees challenges, and I had to say no. You can imagine. I had to say no.
What made you say no?
Of course, what made me say no, I think it's because of my conscience. I was looking at it, yes, it could be like an easy way out, but I was looking at the repercussion. What if one day something just pops up, and then probably I'm somewhere in a panel audience discussing, and someone says, you cheated for your graduation. I thought of that and I just said, no, I don't want it. Let me just follow the right path. Yes, thank you.
Hi, I think mine is a story that most Kenyans can relate to, Nyayo House Chronicles. When you're going to apply for documentation in this country, travel documentation in this country, I had an opportunity that came up, a sponsored visit with everything, but I needed to renew my passport, which used to take time, really. And there was a chance to pay a small figure. And I said, you know what, no. Because this is a tactic by those who deliver those services to make you believe that the process to acquire documentation in this country is so long and so tedious that you actually can't just sit down and go through the normal process without having to pay somebody. There's a question you asked about why is corruption still in our country. It is literally like how we explain poverty, the culture of poverty. This is a culture of corruption. You're taught to believe that this process is so long, you can't survive through this, so pay somebody for convenience. And in reality, I just sat in Nyayo House for 2 hours and they finished up on me. And I was being asked to pay somebody, I don't know how much, for some crazy amount of money. And what if that person doesn't actually get my documents done and I still have to end up waiting? So it is a culture of corruption in this country. Sorry, today morning we were having a conversation on our way here, and we were asking ourselves, the journey here, you find so many police stops, and for us who use public means, there's like, you will make a stop like 3 times for the driver to pay a matatu, what are they called? A traffic police officer, like 50 shillings. That's a lot of money. It is literally systemic corruption. It is so inbuilt. I don't know how we're going to get rid of it, but yeah. Njeri Thu.
Jerry and Wycliffe, thank you so much for showing us a good example. I'm sure in that moment it wasn't easy, but you paid the price. Let's just appreciate them once more. Thank you very much. We have our next speaker, Mr. Atela. I hope you can take fewer minutes than assigned. We're trying to save on time to also just have many more conversations and have many more of the leaders gathered here to share their experiences, feedback, opinion. And so you have 11 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. It's not morning, it's afternoon. How are you? You're well? Okay. I know we are under the pressure of time, but I'll do the best I can to be faithful to the time allocated to me. I work with ESCC in a department we call Education and Public Awareness. In the last few weeks or months, I've been privileged to be talking to a number of students. We were down in Pwane University last week. A few weeks ago, we had the pleasure of talking to friends from Riara University and a number of high school students. And why am I raising this? Is the fact that we are all beginning to realize that you got to have a conversation around issues, ethics, issues, anti-corruption. Just remember, friends, that the first legislation that was passed in this nation against corruption was in the year 1956. Okay. Could be very few, if any, was alive by then. And we are still in the struggle and asking this fundamental question: how do we deal with the menace of corruption? So could we move our slides? Okay. The next one. The next one. Okay. Allow me to say this, friends, that we can never build a future for you guys. And don't wait for anybody else to build the future for you. The best any nation and any society can ever do, and that is where the department I work for in the Commission, we put our focus on. We can be able to build you and build ourselves to deal with the challenges of tomorrow. And therefore, if the youth were to shape the future of tomorrow, the best way is not to give you the future on a silver platter, but to help you be ready to handle the future by yourself. Next slide. I want us to watch this clip, if it can.
Good morning, Mr. Photographer.
Good morning, sir.
How much is passport photograph for children?
The price for the passport is 300 naira per child, sir.
No, the pupils are 500 in number, so we are paying 200 naira.
Okay, no problem, sir. You can pay 200 naira for each, since there are many.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Photographer.
Good morning, sir. You asked of me, sir?
Good morning, Miss Koi Koi. Yes, please inform the pupils that they should all bring their passport fee tomorrow.
How much is it, sir?
It's 500 naira.
Okay, sir. I will inform them right away. Good morning, children.
Good morning, Ma.
You are to bring your passport fee tomorrow, and it's 700 naira. You must bring the money to me tomorrow. Is that clear?
Yes, Ma. Good afternoon, Mommy.
Welcome, Junior.
Our class teacher said we must pay for our passport tomorrow.
How much is the money?
1,000 naira.
Okay, don't worry. I will tell your dad. Daddy Junior. Junior's class teacher said they must bring their passport money tomorrow.
So, how much is the money?
It's 2,000 naira.
Oh my God. Tinubu is a bad man. Tinubu makes things costly day by day, including education. We have said it, that man is wicked.
The moral lesson.
Okay.
Let the change begin.
I think then that begins to summarize the dilemma that we are. While I appreciate a majority your age mates feel and tend to think the problem is up there, but from the short clip we have, we do now appreciate and accept the fact that this is a systemic challenge, and none of us is exempt. We all have a sincere responsibility to accept that you have fallen on this and ask the fundamental question, what can we do? I can bet, and I've sat with CEOs, I've sat with junior guys, I've sat with senior guys, students, if we were to wait for the president of Kenya to do this for us, you'll be dead, and I'll be dead. If you are to wait for some fellows in parliament to do it for you, it will never happen. We must be able to accept that we're dealing with a challenge that, next slide. Next one. It allow me to go fast, kidogo? Yeah. The challenge of corruption is about governance and leadership. And therefore I pose to you the question. We had Pwani University student leaders last week, and one of the student leaders asked me a question. Is it possible to accept that some level of corruption is acceptable? You are an economist in this room, there's a bit of an argument by economists that a bit of greasing the hands, especially if you're in business, allows you to get what you want. And it makes business sense. You don't want to wait for a document 20 days if you can get within a day. So the fundamental question for me is, ask your neighbor for me, bora uongozi ama uongozi bora? Just ask them. And think through, bora uongozi? I leave you to provide that answer. Because if we don't address the question of the quality of leadership at our level, forget about it. It doesn't matter how good the Constitution might be. It doesn't matter how good our courts are going to be. And thank God the foundation that Francis Sheki did talk to us about. Remember, Kenya was the first nation to ratify the UN Convention in the year 2005. The first nation. We can give it a clap to ourselves. So where is the problem? It's not the lack of law. It's not the lack of rules and regulations. The quality of the men and women leading our private and public institutions. Last week I was dealing with a young man, a former high school mate, that has been accused of having stolen money from the Students' Association. Yet the money was withdrawn by the dean and the treasurer. As you're talking, the young man is under 2 years suspension. When he went before the disciplinary committee, the charges kept on changing. Allow me to say this, friends. In every civilization and society, the struggle for growth, the struggle for governance and good leadership has been not the agenda of the elderly, but has been the agenda of young guys like you. And if you want to go back to history, then I invite you to read the history of Sankara. At the age of 32, he celebrated of having turned around a country. So if you wanted to change the narrative of corruption and mainstream ethics, ethical leadership, it must begin with us. And one thing Sankara did, he made sure to take away all the luxury cars and drove in a simple Chevrolet. However, they never allowed him to live. They had to do away with him. Friends, next slide. Look at those statistics. Where we are sitting in sub-Saharan Africa, 11 of the most corrupt countries in the whole world are here. %70 of Kenya and almost the global population are young people. And that means whenever corruption is mentioned, the impact on the younger population is greater than most of us. Next one. I want to share with you some statistics. Kroll is a law firm in the UK. And again, they are rating the levels of fraud and risk within this region, sub-Saharan Africa, one of the highest. This is comparable to a report by Pricewaterhouse in the year 2020 that did mention that if you walked into any organization, private or public, you'd always find that the people that are prone to corruption at around, around 37%. The middle level management, operation staff at 31%. A number of young people getting to the job market either get at the level management or operational staff. Over 50% of public servants are clerical officers, junior officers, a number of them within the age bracket of 25 to 35, literally young people. The stories that you are sharing with us in Nyayo House, 3/4 of guys there are your age mates. The problem is not with the top. The problem is with us. Next one, sir. Now, if you wanted to look at the problem of corruption in Kenya, then that is a depiction of where we are. And that painting is not very interesting. Whether you are talking about billions being lost in parastatals, the NYS scandal, mention it. None of us is happy with this kind of scenario. That tells you, if you don't make an intentional decision, especially now that we accept and we know statistically that there is not any one age set that is exempt. A research done by Aga Khan University in the year 2017-2018 did find out that any time you have an age set within 25 to 35 in your organization, then your risks of fraud and corruption are very high. Because this particular age set have no loyalty. They're not looking forward to working for you for the next 20 years. For them, is here and today. If I need to drive a V8, I need it today. It doesn't matter how I'm going to get it. Next one. If you compare how Kenya is faring on because of corruption, then if I were in university, Kenya would have been a student for supplementary exams. And by now, could be a potential for discontinuation. Because I've just taken a summary of 5 good years, 2019 to date, we have never scored beyond 32%. And out of 180 countries, our average is around number 130 over 180. I don't think you'd be proud of that. And why is that? Because of those issues. Next one. Now, you'd ask me, how does corruption affect you as young people? And I'm doing this so that to arouse you intellectually, you begin to think, how can you objectively and consistently address this issue? Now, in terms of the politics of this nation, a number of us, the younger generation, have become tools for hire. We become disenfranchised. And I want you to borrow a leaf in these statistics. Of all the younger people that vied for governorship, only one was elected. But don't mind that 30% of Kenyan population are between the age set of 18 to 35. These are people with the voting. Only one was elected. I think the governor was in Gishu or Nandi. The only region where we have more younger people elected is at the MCA level, around 300. Yet, look at the mess we have in our county assemblies. I've been to over 40 of them, done trainings with them, and I can tell you the mess we have with our members of county assemblies is just terrible. These are young people. If you compare the statistics from 2017 to date, the young people don't feel they have a place in the political scene. Yet, if you looked at the MCA level, the county level, they are the majority in the assemblies. Why not the impact? Are we dead fish? Next one. Just a minute. Kidogo tu. The next slide is, we are graduating 500,000 young people. Kenya only generates 70,000 jobs. So how do you get a job? A tall uncle, a tall auntie. So when it works for you, as the lady said, it's not a corruption. But if the neighbor gets it, it's corruption. We must begin to accept the reality and deal with it. Friends, 30%, according to the Institute of Economic Affairs, 30% of young people feel some form of corruption is profitable. That means if I were to take a sample of us here, 30% of us would think a little bit of buying some chai, okay, a little bit of greasing somebody's hands is important. We must change that mindset. And as a commission, what are we doing? We are committed, we are doing it to reaching out to our students, both informally and formally, by encouraging an integrity movement. And you're so proud of the likes of Faisal, Dedan Kimathi University, what Riara is doing, and Dr. Andrew, and many others. We've cooperated a lot with fellows doing informal business, border, just letting them understand it pays to be ethical. Allow me, I know time is not on our side, but just to share with you a case, yeah. In one of the counties in Pwani, in Coast, there was a school that completely, the enrollment was below 100 students. In discipline was high. Many a times, police officers would literally walk into the school and handcuff pupils or students from class. Because daytime, they are students, in the night, they are armed robbers. There's a teacher that was a member of an integrity club, an integrity patron. As we are talking, that is one of the schools in Coast that is loved by parents. The levels of discipline improved from less than 100 students to over 1,000 students. Why? Because of what we call an integrity movement. When we believe that it pays to be ethical, then we make that choice to deal with corruption. As I conclude this, friends, let me share my heart with you on these three issues. If there be anything as young people we can do, is to make, though costly, the decision to be ethical. Why am I saying it's costly? Sankara lost his life. And a number of us, younger people, during the youth Gen Z revolution, lost their lives. But I will tell you, society is never changed by docile men and women. If the young people decide to go to slumber and accept convenience, then forget about it. The future you want to shape will no longer be there. Today will consume you before you get to tomorrow. Integrity, therefore, must be a choice at individual, at professional, at corporate, and at organizational level, within all our systems, political, social, academic, and whichever it is. Last but not least, there must be an intentional decision to integrate ethics in everything we do. Friends, we can sit, and we will do it, to look for somebody to blame. And you may be rightly so. We can sit here, blame government, blame ESCC, blame ABC, blame our parents. But I will tell you, friends, the future that we are talking about tomorrow must be shaped today. No one ever reaps if they don't plant now. And I've seen a number of younger guys, gone to school, not gone to school, who feel hopeless, disenfranchised. I want to tell you, it's time we woke up and believed in ourselves, took steps objectively to make a difference for the Kenya we want tomorrow. That Kenya will not be given to us by the political class and by government agencies. That Kenya will be given to us by your decision and by my decision. And may that decision be informed by ethical persuasion. God bless you and thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Please let's give him another round of applause. Solomon, that was very insightful. Wow. The statistics are sobering. And I love that the next session, or the speakers I'm inviting next, are just coming after your very sobering statistics, and after Francesco also shared with us about the conventions and what UNODC is doing. So please allow me to invite very quickly, very fast. When I call your name, please just, or if you know you're in the next panel, please just come to the front and join the panelists. And maybe there would be questions for you, so you can just stay. Yeah, there might be. Yes, you can. So Stella Nderitu, Programs Director, Emerging Leaders Foundation, please come to the front. We have Faisal Abdi, the President of the Ethics Ambassadors Network Kenya. Thank you so much. Finally, we have Ms. Diana Pasha, UNODC Youth-Led Advisory Board Member. This is an amazing panel, a great panel of young leaders, women and men, leading change in their own space and being the change we can see. And so just reflecting on what Solomon has shared, Francesco shared, and what the panel in the morning shared with us. And Solomon said something about uongozi bora, bora uongozi. What are your thoughts? We can start with Faisal. Just in 1 minute.
All right, so the question is, uongozi bora or
bora uongozi?
Bora uongozi. I'm a little bit conflicted on both because both has their own perks and cons. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. All protocols observed. Gen Zs, millennials, alphas, all alphas are here too. Good afternoon. My name is Faisal Abdi, as said, the title you've heard. I'm saying from a personal perspective, I'm conflicted because I'll choose either. It will depend on perspective. Bora uongozi, I'm coming from northeastern province, northeastern part of Kenya, where it's the worst managed part in Kenya, and we usually top anti-corruption most corrupt counties. So in that perspective, I'll choose Bora Uongozi. When I come to school level, where I'm at, I'll choose Bora Uongozi. Because that leadership aspect, irrespective whether he's unethical or not ethical, we need that perspective. We need a leader, someone to show us direction, irrespective whether it's wrong or we are heading into a ditch. So that's my take.
Okay, so in case the leader is leading us to a ditch, should we still follow?
Absolutely no. Now we can stand up and say something. I'll briefly talk about my religion, Islam. Islam, something interesting about my religion, we are not advocated to take on the street and protest, even if our leaders are wrong. What we need to do is to be patient and to work on ourselves, and hopefully change will come. So we need that aspect of leadership. I know it's not satisfactory, but that's my take.
Okay.
Yeah, because peace, leadership also comes with an aspect of peace.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let's get to Diana. Uongozi bora, bora uongozi, and your personal thoughts.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, fellow change makers, and youth leaders. So for me, I support uongozi bora because I believe what's happening right now in Kenya is just bora uongozi, you know. And with that, we've seen how systems are failing, the education sector, the health sector, and even the job opportunities for the young people. So I'll go with bora uongozi because I believe if you're able to have uongozi bora, if you're able to have good governance, systems will be working for us and not against us.
Is there any danger, or why not bora uongozi?
Sorry, please come again.
Yeah, so why uongozi bora and not bora uongozi?
Okay. Why uongozi bora and not bora uongozi? So, you know, like with uongozi bora, I believe it's ni uongozi yenye we are able to hold these officials accountable. There's a lot of accountability and integrity in our systems. But bora uongozi, I believe, will be neglecting what we need to be talking about and focusing on. So bora uongozi, it won't help us achieve the goals that we have for like the Sustainable Development Goals and the Vision 2030. And all sectors of the community is affected through this. So yeah, that's my take.
Thank you very much. I come to you, Stella Ndiritu. Bora uongozi bora.
So for me, uongozi bora, but so long as it's not used against young people and marginalized groups, because I feel like a lot of times young people are told, mkona viongozi hata kama ni wazee na bora uongozi, and it's used to make young people say, okay, let's wait for our turn. So uongozi bora, so long as young people are also encouraged to take up positions of leadership, because I feel like bora uongozi or uongozi bora should also be about transitioning and succession planning. But perhaps we only use uongozi bora only when it's time for young people to wait and take up leadership positions. I also think that we need to think out of the box and not just think about these two parameters. We can also explore other things because if we're talking about uongozi, it definitely should only mean good things and good leadership and not within the box kind of leadership.
Okay. So for many years, roughly maybe 23 years now, I have been involved in youth development work and all that stuff. And one thing that somebody told me back in Botswana when we were engaging at the African Union level through the African peer review mechanism that shook me, but I look back and I'm like, you know what, it's actually true. A speaker from Zimbabwe by the name Brian Kagoro told me, and told many other young people from the continent then, that one key thing we needed to take away was that nobody owed any young person nothing. We're owed nothing. Because there was the element of entitlement. And so, Stella, you mentioned that, uongozi bora, but a lot of times young people have been sort of on the receiving end. As Solomon was talking, he said, we have most young people elected at the MCA level. We have a few young parliamentarians. We have a few governors, different levels. Is there one young leader you see, Stella, panelists, and the audience, that gives you hope and says, that is the face of young people of integrity that we're talking about? Because it's one thing to be young, and it's another thing altogether to come with the energy, the youthfulness, the integrity, and to be the example. So what are your thoughts?
Yes, I really like that question. And I think I see so many leaders here today that I really look up to. And allow me, Karen, to say, is there any young person running a community initiative where they come from or where they're based? Anyone, please raise your hand if you're running, you started a community initiative because you saw that there's need in your community or in your learning institution. Please raise your hand up very high. I think these are the kind of people that I look up to, because young people have refused to just take a back seat, but they've decided that they need to take up space in their own communities, and it doesn't have to be in political spaces. So, yeah.
Okay. Diana?
So
we have so many young people with titles in leadership, but we're not feeling the change. What's the disconnect?
So I believe the disconnect comes in when, especially with our government, let me talk about Kenya, the situation at the moment. So you find that a young person starts off well, and then now when they get immersed in the maybe this kind of government opportunities, they get lost there. And from my own view, I believe is when they're absorbed by these public officials that have already been there, so they kind of like take up what has been happening, and they kind of like leave what was their main cause, what was driving them to that point. But at the same time, I want to stress on what Stella has said, that the young people here, like, we are ready, and we believe like it's time for change, I believe we are all in different sectors in our country, and it's only through our voices, through having this kind of dialogues, that we can bring the change that we want to have, because I believe conversations usually spark change. And if all of us can be speaking against these forms of injustices, I believe like we'll get to where we want to go, and there won't be that kind of disconnect. So yeah, I believe like if we have that kind of representation, because still we don't have like young people in these kind of settings, their leadership positions, the policy making, they're not enough.
They're there. Like, you guys are there. And we have policy makers here. We have student leaders who represent students, who make policies, community organizations, government agencies. They're there.
Yeah, they're there. But at the same time, you find that a young people's views is usually not regarded or taken in the most seriousness that it should be. So I believe we need to have more representation of young people.
Yeah, and you say something really important. You can pass on the mic to Faisal. So Faisal, you're the president of Ethics Ambassadors Network Kenya. Dana just said that young people's opinions and views are rarely taken into consideration when, let's say, making policies and stuff like that. You're the president. What are you doing differently to make sure views and voices of young people are heard and taken into consideration, and that young people are seen at decision-making tables and where it matters?
Thank you. That's a very good question. Allow me, before I jump into your question, I want to reiterate something that Diana said. The disconnect that we have, that I've seen so far from the private sector, public sector, and even the student union, we have policies. Policies, there are a lot, but implementation is the problem. Take, for example, our Chapter 6, ethical leadership. I think since its existence, we are 14 years now, I think that chapter on its own has struggled the hardest to come out of the pages. I usually call it a signpost to nowhere, an old dusty signpost. you see something like ethical leadership, some things are beyond regulation. It has to come into our habits, our thinking, and the way we do stuff. So what we're doing different at Ethics Ambassadors Network and even the Dakimadi Ethics and Integrity Club, when we are usually coming to spaces like this, we make sure that our voices are heard in form of, we don't want to be there. You see this majority of institution and big organization, they are engaging the youths in a cosmetic phase. Or wale wana involve the youths, so funding is coming and stuff. So we usually go there, we say our take, and so far it has been a positive engagement with both private and public sector. And there's a conference coming, it's called Africa Business Ethics Conference. It will be held in 5th at Villarosa Kempinski. We are part of the conveners of the event, and we'll draft something for them. So, yeah, we are doing stuff, and hopefully we need to look at the youth inclusion thing holistically.
Yeah.
Even the start that Solomon gave, that 30% of us are involved in corruption, and there was a research even done that 50 to 58% of us are involved in corruption. Now there's a thing called carding. I don't know if you saw it.
Please explain what that is.
Carding is where we have C. Wycliffe is an expert in that field, where people are stealing card information for people and defrauding them. Interpol are chasing them, and Interpol are chasing us, the young people. You see, for example, you have to take a holistic look on it. We usually say, there's a string lingo, I don't know if you've heard of it, where students usually say, kuomoka ni rahisi, shida ni? You've heard them.
Wow.
Yeah, so the times that we are living right now, it's hard. We need to be frank. Right now, the amount of fuel that I'm paying for my car, let's say 600, it will purchase for me 3 liters. Back in the days, 10 liters, I think. It's tough. So we need to be economically empowered too. And even if you take a look at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, it's the least funded ministry. Yeah.
Wow, 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 wow. Gloria, CEO of NYC, wishes to say something to that. Yeah, this is your audience. Please say something.
This is my audience, and it's such a pleasure to be seated with all of you. First, I want to appreciate your candor. And I really have to be honest with you guys. Kuomoka ni rahisi, shida ni DCI. It's true. I appreciate that candor. I truly do. Because it's representative of the struggles of young people. People are unemployed, young people need livelihoods. That's the reality of it. But I want to reiterate, or I want to focus in on the thought about inclusion. Part of the purpose why, and I think I've said it to a few people outside, why the upcoming NYC elections are essential, is because they will give us youth representatives from the ward level to the constituency level to the national level. Despite all our momentum outside of the formal channels, and that momentum must continue, whether it's advocacy online, whether it's advocacy in any other spaces, it must continue. We then need to find and channel ways to plug into the process. That's why the Kenya Young Parliamentarians movement is important, because through them we can amend legislation. That's why the NYC Council is important, because through them you can lobby and we can measure funding for youth initiatives and actually track what interventions. It needs to stop being lip service. It has to stop being lip service and become actual, tangible, measurable outputs. And so we associate ourselves wholly with your views and support you completely in terms of getting that into tangible, measurable things. So count on the council. Lakini, msiomoke na pesa ya Kenya. Please. Hata kama shida ni DCI, I like to think of myself, and I take this role with a lot of humility, because I feel like I owe it to every one of you. People say when you give young people an opportunity, they don't rise to the occasion, and so on and so forth. Like they said, many young people ran for governor, very few of them were given the opportunity. Many young people are MCAs, wanafanya blanda. I think it's important when a young people steps into the room, or when a young person is given the opportunity, they hold it for themselves and for everyone else they represent. I'm not going to be CEO for NYC forever. But if I do a good job here, somebody else will come, somebody else below the age of 35, another young person, even younger than me, will step into that role. So I hold this role with a lot of humility for all of you. And that's why each one of us, given the opportunity, please to see Omoke, because for you to Omoka, you have to be in a place of influence. Yeah? That's how you have the authority to sign for the money. But now if you Omoka like that, they won't put another young person there. They'll say, young person we put here, alifaya nini? Am I communicating? It's not just about ourselves. Those of us who are in this room are making room for the person in high school coming to sit in that chair. We must have responsibility with the gifts that are given to us.
Yes.
So that we can pay it forward. We are all here because someone put us here. We must pay it forward. You, me, everyone here owes it to the next person behind them. Please. Sawa?
Thank
Am
you.
I communicating?
Yes.
Ama nimesound mzee sana? I hope you're getting it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So you can pass on the mic back to Faisal. Now, audience, please prepare any questions or comments you may have. We have just about 15 or so minutes to go. So back to Diana. Something someone said is about sowing and reaping. That for us to reap tomorrow the benefits of good governance, ethics, integrity, and all that, we have to sow today. What are you doing in your space to make sure that there's integrity, that it's pervasive, much more than corruption and theft and all that?
Oh, that's a good question. So maybe I give a brief introduction on what I do. So I represent the DC Youth-Led Integrity Advisory Board, whereby our main role is usually to advise the GRACE initiative on the different strategies they can use to increase youth involvement in their anti-corruption efforts. I also support their implementation of regional micro-projects that they may have. So to answer your question, what we're doing is we try to come up with different initiatives from like education and awareness, and one of those guides are like this toolkit that we have here. So this toolkit was written by us. We are 26 on the board, and I'm so happy to see that each one of us has this toolkit because it has the necessary information that we need to know about corruption, the forms of corruption, ways of preventing and combating corruption, and it's a labor of love. I'm very proud of what us as the board did with this toolkit because it has all the information that young people require to be able to know how to navigate everything that pertains to corruption.
Thank you so much, Diana. And I have a follow-up question. So have you disseminated this, or are you doing the dissemination? And is it translated in different languages and taken down to the grassroots, or is it just within Nairobi?
Okay, so we had a discussion about that. Right now it's in English, but we gave our recommendations that we needed in various languages like French, Spanish, and they also gave a suggestion if we could have it in Swahili. So right now it's in English, we have the soft copy, and now the hard copies that each of us have here.
Okay, lovely. And one of the most powerful things I have seen that I've not seen many years ago, even when I was still young and we were doing youth development work, I never saw it, is what Gen Zs did the other day. Translating and breaking down the finance bill into local languages. So let's just not do it in French, Spanish, English, and Swahili. Can we take it to the Luo, Taita, our own local languages, so that then we own it and run with it? Thank you so much. Stella Nderitu, what are you doing in your space to sow seeds of hope in terms of ethics, integrity, and values?
So I think for me, I'll echo what Dr. Oginde said, that it starts with personal values. So I learned a long time ago, I did a leadership course with Emerging Leaders Foundation about values, and that helped me define my personal values. So even before I lead, I have to ask myself, what am I doing and what example am I setting for other young people coming after me? And so I just want to encourage every young person here, and even the people that you mentor, it's okay not to look like umeomoka. It's okay. You don't have to drive a big car. You don't have to appear on the media looking all flamboyant. It's okay to look like a normal Kenyan who loves their country and says no to bribes. And one of the things that I would say is that we have to normalize stories of good role models. We don't have to see people who are corrupt or implicated in corruption cases being appointed to different offices. And that's one of the things that we keep saying at Emerging Leaders Foundation. Secondly, we are now engaging young people in values-based leadership, that it's okay to be a grounded leader, and this is what a comprehensive curriculum does. So again, young people, please sign up to what we do at ELF. So yeah, I think it's important that we normalize what exactly a values-based society looks like, so that people begin to see what they can do and what is possible.
So when you say values-based leadership, what's that? Could you say it in simple terms?
So like I said, integrity, one. And one of the things that I learned from one of my mentors at ELF is integrity is keeping your word. And when you don't keep your word, you pay or clean up your mess. Yeah? So if you are implicated in a corruption case, then we should mostly see you facing the consequences of the law and not seeing you again in public office. I'll share a very key area that I'm very interested in. We have seen that over 500 women have lost their lives to femicide between 2017 and now. The truth is that perpetrators of violence are free because of corruption. So, and we do know that there are people who run for office, yet they are implicated in GBV cases, and they are elected by Kenyans. So those are not leaders of integrity, but then they are also put into office by citizens who are not of integrity. So that's one example of what values-based leadership can do, that we say we love integrity, but we also live out by voting leaders who reflect what we really value.
Wow, that's a challenge to us as citizens. Yeah, so we have the leaders we deserve, because we're the ones who vote them in, despite the track record and everything else. Thank you so much. Faisal, what are your thoughts? How are you sowing the seeds of hope in our generation, in your generation, to make sure there's integrity, better governance, better leadership in our society?
As a network and as a club at the school, we believe in the power of education, as one of our members said. We are focused in implementing the global integrity education models in primary level, secondary level, and even tertiary level. And one thing I've noticed is, for example, the primary kids, I think they are here, and some secondary kids too. They are everyday ethicists. They know everything to do with inclusion, exclusion, good values, bad values. So what we need is for us to inculcate our own ethical conviction, and then it cascades down to them and our children and stuff. So the UNCAC that was presented by Francesco, the UNCAC 13 proposes that it encourages the state members to start ethics education in their schools. You see, for example, you go to school usually to prepare for adulthood. And that's why we learn variety of subjects, skills, but what we ideally do not receive is ethics education. So as a network, we usually visit schools, we interact with them, like there's an animation called Zobs, it's for the kids, it's on YouTube, basically to try to build the integrity of young people before they are sucked in the already existing corrupt system. So my hope is not even in Gen Zs, my hope is in Alpha.
Wow. And did you say that we have high schoolers here?
Yeah, we have students from Precious Blood.
Where are they?
Stand up, and even from Samaj. Kindly stand up.
Please just rise to your feet if you're in high school. Wow.
And
wow.
Important thing to mention too, at our club, the Kimathi University of Technology, we have our youngest member. She's 7 years old. Her name is AJ.
She's here?
No. Yeah, she's 7. She's at Nimtoto, one of our member. Her mother is here. June. She can stand up.
Oh, nice. I love how we are cascading the knowledge and the information to the youngest generation. So I'd like to invite one of you to just come here, to the podium actually. Because I believe there's nothing for young people without young people. Nothing for your generation without you guys. You can also. So we have the young lady, we have the gentleman. Please come. You can take seats there. And so I also have a question for you. Umesikiza everything that has been said. What is your message to this group of leaders here from your heart? Your heartfelt message to this generation of leaders gathered here.
Hi, I'm Tracy from Precious Blood Ruta. And so what I have learned today is that corruption begins at home, just as we say that charity begins at home. So does corruption begins at home. So in order for us to stop corruption, it must begin with us. Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her. And what's your name?
Emmanuel Mumo.
Emmanuel, what is your heartfelt message to this generation of leaders here?
My heartfelt message, may I ask a question instead?
Yes.
I feel like, I feel like I understand what I understand what you're trying to propagate here. You're trying to give us some semblance of information about corruption, but I think all of us as youth, we're starting to wonder, why would I be incentivized to not be corrupt, to have morality instead? And I think in a world where society generally favors those who are corrupt, we don't see any incentive for me as a student to want to opt out of corruption. Firstly, because I think that as the youth, we are mostly, our goal in life is generally to achieve our motivation, and at a point in time where our motivations are actually easier gotten through corruption, we think that the youth are more likely to opt into corruption. So I think they need to explain to us why exactly, I love morality and everything, but why me as a youth would then want to opt out of corruption and be moral, yet when corruption gives me my goals and everything I want.
Thank you very much. The difficult questions of the day that we need to discuss at our lunch tables, family dinner tables, and all that. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Yes, please.
My name is Fidel Mudamba. Recently just finished my KCSEs. Thank you. Just one comment I'd like to make, actually to add on to what he's saying, yeah? So in our culture, there's a big issue. The corruption issue, it's more of a cultural issue, yeah? It's deeply entrenched in our culture. As we've seen with the whole funny video which we watched and we laughed, so literally starting from the kids, it's a big issue. So I think what we need to do is to incentivize a cultural shift, and we need to change our mindset and our view, yeah? Because ask yourself this, as a kid, if the speakers themselves that are coming here, and I'm not saying you guys are corrupt or anything, that's not what I'm saying, but there's we inherently know that some of these politicians have been in major corruption scandals, and they're coming and pointing the finger to us and telling us, okay guys, we need to move away from this corruption, but we still know backroad they're still doing these particular things which make them corrupt. So as youth, what example, first of all, are you setting to the kids and to the youth, and what incentivizes the youth to actually want to go ahead and change? Because if I'm saying, okay, these guys are here, they're coming, they're telling us, okay, fine, guys, corruption is bad. It's bad to be corrupt. But they're the same guys who are going to be there lining up to give us handouts in order to us to elect them back into office. So the biggest issue here is it's a cultural issue, and it's so deeply entrenched in our society to the point where it becomes an almost impossible task that we don't even say, let's try and stop corruption. We say, let's try and mitigate the effects of corruption, because it's almost impossible to do away with in our society. So it's most of the fact that we need to have a cultural shift. We need to change how we view things. We need to change ourselves as a society. And I think that's the biggest way, the biggest push. That's the biggest how we can solve this corruption issue. Yeah, that's the direction in which we should be moving. That's all I like to say.
Wow, wow. I can't remember who said this, but somebody said that a long time ago I wanted to change the world, and I realized, no, what I needed to change was me. So from the feedback from these young leaders who have just come to the podium, what are we doing? Are we changing the world and changing the politics and the political parties and the schools and everybody else, and not ourselves? It starts here.
I have a question.
10 seconds.
I would like feedback. I want the answer. I would like to hear what your thoughts are on the answer to that question.
Sorry?
Yes, and he asked, what incentive do I have to be moral? By the way, in my mind, the incentive is not morality. Religion no longer holds as much sway as it did over people today. My incentive is not morality. Mine is economic. That's my rationale. You see, you can omoka and buy your house in Karen. That's what we all want, ama? Ama, it's just me. You can omoka and buy your house in Karen. But when you talk at your house, driving with your big moti, there, outside, you'll be jacked. Your side mirror. Because you'll buy, people who still here, they buy Land Cruisers and V8s, ama? A lot of people, that's your first thought. So you buy it and then you get outside of your house and your side mirror goes. And that money you're mocked with has been kunyawed. So my incentive is not morality, but I'd like to hear what your thoughts are.
What your incentive would be?
You.
In one minute. And before you speak, because of time, I will just invite 2 hands, 1 lady, 1 gentleman, for your feedback. Then we close. Wenye hawajaongea. So I will actually ask the gentleman with the mic, Emmanuel, and the lady, you said your name is? Tracy. So you will select, so Emmanuel, select 1 lady to be the one to speak. Tracy, select 1 gentleman from the audience to be the one to speak.
I'd like to select the lady in the center row there.
Okay. He selected the lady, and then?
That one.
Which one? There are 2.
The one who's standing.
Okay, so you have the mic to respond in like one minute, yeah, just briefly.
Okay. I'd like to say there needs to be a shift. In society, generally what happens is that youth chase goals. And then at a point in time, usually midlife crisis, there's a shift to impact. So at a point in my time, once I've made this economic growth, I shift to impact. So what we inherently need to understand is that society needs to change and correlate both economic growth and motivation with impact to society. And once that culture is propagated, I think that we are going to have less corruption, because in a way where I'm able to be a doctor and still achieve both moral and economic impact to myself, then I think that we can change and reduce corruption in society.
Wow, you guys are so brilliant, my goodness. Thank you so much. So the lady, you're there, you need the mic. We have the lady right there. And let this conversation continue over lunch. It's a really important conversation. Please state your name and your question or your comment in 1.5 minutes.
Hi everyone. My name is Lynette, Ethical Ambassador Network from Strathmore. And I really love what the students have already said. I've asked myself so many questions since I got here. Not even since I got here, since I saw that I'm talking about corruption. I'll talk about corruption till the day I die. Because I was among the people in the Gen Z. Kusema Ruto must go. Sorry. I almost even lost my life. I'm talking about corruption for me. I am finishing school in 3 weeks. Next year, I need my paycheck constant. Like, nikitoka hapa, niende ofisi ya whatever, I need to, private sector or public, I need to be whole at the same level as them. Despite the position, a company is as a separate entity. You hold a position, let's say like an MD, an MP, but when you get elected out, you're just a normal citizen. And one thing I want to say is, I am being told, awareness is raised on me on corruption, and I became a student stroke an activist in the same year. I'm supposed to read my books, but I'm here reading my constitution. Even, like, I'm here even reading my finance bill. I don't understand why some MP will tell me, I'm sorry, sometimes when they talk, I'm just done, I'm done. Like when they'll tell me that, oh, the finance bill is this, oh, the finance bill that, oh, the finance bill will help. Help what? There's a girl without a pad right now as we're talking right now. There's a girl without school. Like there's a girl walking barefoot. There's a man, there's a boy looking to be a pilot. He doesn't have a future. So please, if you're talking about corruption, let it start. Like what you're talking about here is not propaganda. Please actualize it. All those people who are in government, please actualize it. And I had one speech as I conclude. There's a speech that said that if you cheat in exam, you're likely to steal money. And then I asked my colleague over here, who's sitting next to me, it's okay, if I cheat in exam, okay, maybe I might or not. But we have people in government who have never stepped foot in school, and they are stealing billions of money. They are stealing billions of money. And a good example is the former Cabinet Secretary of Health, Nakumincha.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynette. And Lynette, the things you're saying are very valid, so do not apologize. Yeah. What you're saying is very valid, so don't apologize.
Hey everyone. My name is Ted, former president, Strathmore University, and the mentor to the young boys you're seeing up there. So proud of them. Also shout out to Tracy for giving me this opportunity. Tracy, thank you so much. I think my comment would be, and feedback would just be as follows. We talked so much about how we can fight corruption and how we can make life better, but from our end, we feel like the fight is more difficult because we've not seen anyone incarcerated. Name one person who was corrupt and has gone to jail. And that will now be at least proof. I think Kenya needs to get to a point where we call ourselves out, and the generation that we are in right now, we just need to face the hard realities. The reason why we are struggling right now is because we are seeing the culture ingrained and we've become absorbed into the culture. My encouragement is that we try and break the shift. So in your own spaces, try and do something different. I coach these guys to sort of give them an upper hand and to give them some benefits to understand that life is not bleak and you can fight for whatever you believe in. But even you guys in your organizations, all the organizations here that are trying to fight corruption, I think it's high time we stop the politicization of incarcerations or naming people in corrupt scandals. I think we just need to put a few individuals in handcuffs for once, and that will motivate the conversations that we have right now. So I think integrity starts with me, integrity starts with you, but we can't wait for the youth to start fighting when our parents are still the ones holding the jobs. So our parents need to clean their mess as we also come in to, arrange the dishes in the kabati. So we can't blame ourselves fully and say we are powerless, but at the same time, even you guys sitting up there need to also call out the individuals, because it's not like we don't know who's stealing money. Everyone keeps saying there are a few individuals stealing money. Name them, put them in cells, and let's stop causing the problems. When I can't afford medical care, because someone has stolen money, it hurts me. So my challenge to all the bodies here, all of them, EACC and all organizations, is let's not start with the probings and the namings. Let's start with the probings and namings, but also get to a point where we get the justice and these people actually are punished for their crimes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ted. And you say something really important. We know the people who engage in corruption. Some we do not know, but we've not seen people go to jail to pay for the price of that. A few weeks ago, there was a cabinet minister in the government of Singapore who was taken to jail for more than 5 years simply because he was paid for to attend a sports event. That is not allowed in their law, in their country, and he went to jail. He wanted to repay the ticket, but it wasn't allowed. And for us, we know we've lost a lot of money at the county level, national level, all over. Not to put you on the spot, Solomon, but I wonder, what can you say, EACC?
I just basically love that discussion. Why I love that is because you're raising pertinent questions, but the gap is, where do we come in? I love what my colleague talked about, putting guys in. I'll tell you one thing. Kenya has one of the best laws and regulations in this part of the world. For those in school, there is a disconnect between legal and ethical requirements. Our current justice system, if you have the money, it will be too difficult to put you in tomorrow, even if I found you or you found me with 1 billion shillings today. There's a guy we got with 4 million shillings cash. When we asked him, he said he sold land. Who sells land and you're paid in cash? So where do you come in as young people? I love that energy, but you need to know where the problem is. Where should your advocacy be focused on? Changing the government, the governance instruments. Advocate for change of law, not for incarceration. Because I can't, if he got me having stolen, you can't take me from my house right to committee. There has to be a justice process. That is the reality. And for you to change that, it requires strong, consistent, informed decisions. As a commission, I invite you to find time, if you do, go to our website, look at a few issues that you're saying we've not done this and that, see where we've made achievements. I'll be ready to give you my number. Be ready to challenge me. The progress is slow. It's not up to our expectations. We could have done better. But I'm not one guy to lose hope. Every step that the commission makes, I believe, with a very strong backing from the multitudes of you, we are able to change Kenya. Allow me to humbly repeat this. If you and I is sitting here waiting for government and government institutions to make a change for you, forget it. Governments and public agencies are constantly pushed to make changes. Your observations are right, but we need to know where the rubber meets the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Solomon. So the lady in white was really vehemently trying to say something. Can your mic work?
I think the mic works. Thank you.
You can use this other one. Okay, I hope in like 60 seconds.
Okay, I'll try. My name is Tatiana Gishero. I'm from the Kenya Nimimi campaign, and please, if you find me after this, let's have a word about what we do at Kenya Nimimi. But I just have a few comments that are just burning.
One comment, please, because of time. We need to be out of this place in the next 5 minutes.
First and foremost, we've been told about how corruption starts with us. And as young people, we are very vulnerable towards engaging with corruption. I think Mr. Solomon said that young people we want the V8 and we want it today, and for that reason we are more likely to engage in crime. I have to strongly disagree with that. Young people need to hold on to every opportunity that we get so that we can have stability for ourselves. We don't have the luxury of, stealing or joking around in any opportunities that we get, because effectively we don't have any opportunities, first and foremost. The other thing I'd like to comment on is we need to address the root cause of what is making young people go into corruption anyway. So when you say the problem is not at the top, I have to disagree with you. You, Solomon, talked about setting examples about it paying to be ethical. But a young man asked us very clearly, what incentive do we have to be ethical? We don't. All the money is in corruption. All the money is in engaging in these things. So what examples do we have to go with? And the last thing was about advocacy, that we need to advocate. And you asked, our moderator rightfully asked, where is the disconnect? We have so many young leaders but no impact, because we are all doing advocacy when we should be in the decision-making rooms. We should be making the decisions. We should be members of government. We should be elected officials who have real power, not always just running into the streets and engaging in advocacy. How can we engage the majority of the population in a way that really matters? That's the questions we need to be asking.
Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you so much. Now I can see some people are now standing, like we want to say something. So there's another session, that... Okay, and unless you agree that you will do lunch in 30 minutes. Okay, so then, okay, so the lady who's, okay, so do you promise you will take 1 minute?
Yes.
Okay, then come here. 1 minute. No, okay, so yourself and okay. So, 1 minute, and the panelists, please prepare your parting shot. Please prepare your parting shot. Who has the mic? The other mic? Who's our timekeeper? 60 seconds. Nani anatusaidia kuweka time? Yourself. Thank you so much. Okay, you go first.
Hi, my name is Wawira from the University of Nairobi.
And when you go beyond 60 seconds, I stop you. Yeah.
I only have one question to Solomon. The EACC gathers information on corruption occurring in governments and in public sectors. But today we have seen Oscar Sudi and Murkomen being banned from the US. So the question is your commission really working, or is it a decorative commission in this country?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Silence.
I have an answer to that. Come, let me answer.
Without apology, Mr. Solomon, you cannot tell us that we have a commission that fights corruption and they cannot do anything for us. You cannot tell us our leaders who are corrupt cannot be done anything. This is the work of the commission to ensure they are punished enough. They are given bails, which they are not supposed to. They're just supposed to be taken to jail directly with no bail. That's what should be dealt with people who are corrupt.
I strongly agree with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. As we raise these questions, let's also ask ourselves what we are doing in our own spaces, in our families, in our learning institutions, in the spaces we are in.
A lot.
Comrades power. Comrades power.
Very much.
First of all, I feel very offended by someone who is being paid from the taxpayers' money of these people, saying that we have no right to be questioning the government. We should not be waiting for government.
I strongly agree with you.
offices because you have the mandate to curb this corruption. There is evidence all over. They write even in our gazettes all over and tell us that this person, Governor Sakaja, he was the most corrupt, stealing over 50 million, but you still tell us that there is nothing you can do. I mean, if you're incapacitated, sorry to say, but you can quit the job and let these young people do the work.
Yes! I strongly agree with you, madam. I strongly agree with you.
Hello, my fellow generations. Yes, so mine, you know, the more we are
Let's
talking...
listen, guys, one meeting. Yes, please.
The more we are getting to talk and relate with each other, the more questions we raise. So I definitely do have more questions to raise, and my questions wouldn't wait for another session. But the more we continue to raise, I feel like we are also failing to understand why we are here. Faisal, we began, I remember when we were in the room as 20 members while we were launching the EAN last year. We were about 20 or 50. Not the launch. Okay, before the launch, the consultating meeting. We were very few. And when we came here, we had the same, you see, all that energy that we are giving, that is the same energy we had when we were just the 20 of us in that consultative meeting before we planned for the launch. And then we did the launch. When we did the launch, this same energy was here. Now we have brought the same energy back here. So since last year, this is my challenge to you, Diana, Faisal, everyone in the UNODC, the EACC, and the EAN. Where have we really engaged the youth? Because that is what we are here to do. I don't think, and I don't feel like we have really engaged all of us here because we had even visions of doing partnerships. We had even visions of engaging youth to do jobs, even exchange programs. Where are all of these so that we can actually actualize the Ethics and Ambassadors Network in Kenya?
You raise critical questions. You raise critical questions. Thank you so much.
Like 2 seconds.
2 seconds, okay.
Yes. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to air out. There's something that she raised, and I think everybody's like, no. I work with a grassroots organization. I'm a founder. My name is Mariam. He did not say that you don't ask questions. Let's try to understand. He said, let's use the right channels. He just clearly said, you just can't wake up and arrest him. Let's use the law. He did not say, I'm just trying to, I think there was a miscommunication there. Let's not be too wild to just answer and everything. We have frustrations, we are the youth, we feel we have failed, but let's try to understand, because he's here to hear us. But if we are just ranting and not even trying to understand his way of reasoning, we won't get anywhere.
So your name is? Mariam. Wow, Mariam. You see, oh, okay. Yes. In 1 minute.
I'm a father of a Gen Z. So I hear the disappointment in your tones, in your heart. I resonate. I have younger guys in the office, like you. I want to apologize for anybody that felt you should not question government. No. I only made a comment. Don't allow government to give you the space. Take the space. Consistently, objectively, and from a point of knowledge. For my sister that said, we need to directly take them from their houses to committee. Unfortunately, EACC does not make the law in Kenya. The people that you and I voted for make the law. You've had something, all channels of justice must be. And that is why in Kakamega, a guy shot a fellow, he was still elected, and he was in parliament, because you've got to go through all the justice process. If you caught me in a corruption case, na umepata 2 billion under my bed, there is no way, there's no law in the land that says EACC should take you to committee ndani. That is not our law, colleagues. So friends, I hear you, but I invoke you. Please engage your knowledgeable guys, engage with understanding, consistently, objectively. Don't be pushovers, but ensure that any time you raise issues is based on facts, based on the law. And don't ask me or any other fellow to do an illegality. It can't work. Last but not least, I know time. EACC, like the case of Sudi and other things, that could be a criminal case. The only thing the law of the land allows the commission to do, allow me to use the two. If I got an issue about you, there's a responsible government agency. I can only advise that this lady and this gentleman, this government agency, are involved in 1, 2, or 3. From our investigations, I can't force a government agency to refuse them. And that is what we did in 2022 and 2017. That is our law. So where do we come? Kindly advocate vigorously for change where you think the law is weak to address our issues. You got the power.
Thank you. Thank you, Solomon. Now I come to the panelists. Please, your parting shot in one statement, one sentence, one short sentence. Your parting shot. Words to let us go with, but words to inspire us as well, or a challenge to us. Stella?
Let's make use of social media and our votes. Social media and our votes. Not social media only.
Thank you, Stella. Social media and votes. Diana?
Okay, so my last call to action to all of us here, like I understand the frustrations that we all have, especially with the protests that have been happening, leading to young people being killed and abducted. But we need to continue having these conversations because they ignite change. And like Nelson Mandela said, it's in our hands to make a better world for all who live in it. So that's my parting shot.
Thank you very much. Faisal?
Mine will be a food of thought. Corruption is not the problem. The problem is lack of development. Case study, development of CellTel by Mo Ibrahim and eradication of corruption in telecommunication industry. A challenge to you guys.
Thank you, Faisal. Fidel?
Okay, mine is a short one. It's just we cannot possibly give up. I know it looks extremely difficult, yeah, for us to fight this issue, deal with this issue, but it's been done before. Well, at least I hope it's been done before, and it's something that we can do if we just continue to fight, continue to push, and just don't give up. Yeah, that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Fidel. Gloria? Okay. Tracy?
Mine is just to say that change cannot take place in a vacuum. So there's somewhere that it has to begin from, yeah.
Thank you, Tracy. Emmanuel?
So I'd like to reiterate the words of Solomon. Let's be the change we want to see. But how do we do that? Let us find ourselves. And I think that's the most important thing. At the point in time when we find ourselves, then we can be the change of morality we want to see in society. So guys, I challenge you, let's find ourselves.
And one of the greatest things in this life for any leader is to find yourself. Self-awareness is one of the most powerful tools for change in the world. So Emmanuel, thank you so much. We need to find ourselves because sometimes there's a void within and we feel like the more we amass, when I show that car, when I show that house, when I show this and that I feel worthy, that I'm worthy. But we are worthy just as we are. Nothing external of us adds to who we are. So let's find ourselves. Gloria?
To pick up from where Solomon left, in spite and despite of our advocacy, we need to plug into process. That's the only way to bring meaningful change. Unfortunately, these things work a certain type of way. Legislation goes to Parliament. Solomon can recommend prosecution, but it's only the DPP that can prosecute. There is a process. So the Youth Council is here for that purpose, to be your voice and your advocate in every room possible. Talk to us. Engage with us. We are here, and I'll stand up for this. And we are here for the sole purpose of amplifying your voice. The sole purpose. Talk to the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gloria. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for that wonderful session. And we leave with many questions, many answers, but I would like to challenge us to leave reflecting. Let us reflect. How can we be the change we want to see? The change we are waiting to see, to have somebody else bring, we are that change. We are the ones we are waiting for. So can we leave that out? Let's find ourselves, like Emmanuel said, and then let's be the change we want to see. Please, let's just appreciate ourselves for the wonderful session we've had. Thank you very much. And now I wish to invite Jennifer to give us guidance on lunch in the next sessions. Thank you so much.
Wow, wow. Round of applause for Karen, please. I have no doubt you do a very good job in terms of leading the young people through ELF. So, quick one, lunch. You all agreed to do 30 minutes. So, can we agree to be back here by 2:10, please? Perfect. So, lunch is served down here. You'll see some white tents. So that's for you. Like I said, you're guests of honor. So go enjoy your lunch, interact, network. Don't just speak to the people you know. Please speak to people from other schools and other organizations. Continue this conversation. We'll pick up from where we left, and we'll be talking about the use of digital tools. And we have a very wonderful panel for you waiting. And then we'll proceed to develop. And this is a very critical process to develop our youth proposal. This proposal will be presented on 9th during the national commemoration of International Anti-Corruption Day. So make sure that your voice is represented. Sawa sawa. Have a wonderful lunch.
Thank you.
Watu wanakimbia bana. Si wewe.
Hii kitu mbona iongei? Sasa itaongea kwa mtu wako hivi mpaka uiconvert. Sasa
He's an agile legal professional based in Kenya, bringing a wealth of experience from both public and private law practice. He's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, currently specializing in the design and implementation of criminal justice and digital transformation projects. He leverages his subject matter knowledge and expertise to provide technical advisory services across various thematic areas, including the rule of law, security, justice, human rights, and people-centered digitalization. He's currently pursuing an LLM in international criminal justice, harnessing his skills in various areas, including transnational justice, international criminal law procedure, organized crime and corruption, international cooperation mechanisms, and so on and so forth. Welcome, Mr. William. Round of applause for William. As you can see, young people are doing so much and are already making quite a lot of impact in the space. Next, we have Mr. Sirungai Alan Kakai from Blockchain Stakeholders Committee in Kenya. I met Mr. Kakai when we were discussing a potential cryptocurrency bill. And I know he is one of the young people really doing a lot of work in that space. So he's a distinguished legal expert with a focus on blockchain innovation governance. He has played a pivotal role in drafting local blockchain innovation policies, influencing development of regulatory frameworks that support the adoption of growth of blockchain technology. His work in this area ensures that emerging technologies are implemented in compliance with legal standards and governing principles. As a patron of the Web3 Club Foundation, a leading blockchain development studio, Kai supports the training and development of students and professionals in the blockchain space. So if you're interested in this particular space, he is the person to see. The foundation is committed to building innovative blockchain tools, smart contracts, and decentralized solutions that enable transparency, accountability, and governance. Now, through his patronage, he contributes to nurturing talent and fostering practical blockchain applications that address governance challenges. In addition to his local efforts, Mr. Kakai has also provided consulting services to global decentralization autonomous organizations, DAOs, offering his expertise in the governance of blockchain and decentralized technologies. He advises on establishing and refining governance structures that empower communities, ensure decentralization, and promote integrity and sustainability of blockchain-based programs. Wow. Such a mouthful. Round of applause for Mr. Kai. Our other panelist is Mr. Edward Kipkalia. And Mr. Edward Kipkalia will be telling you more about himself, but he hails from the Emerging Leaders Foundation. Where are you, ELF? Amazing. He'll be telling you about himself. But maybe, I think you have the mic. We can start right from the extreme end where we have William. No, sorry, I'd like to start with Mr. Kai because he will be stepping aside shortly and coming back to join the discussion. As you introduce yourself, I know I've already offered the formal introduction. Maybe just share with us some examples, of course, after clarifying what you're doing in the space at the moment, and what are the trends, emerging trends with regards to digitalization and corruption. You can share with us some of the examples of some of the Web3 technologies and how they've successfully, or they could successfully drive transparency and accountability. Over to you, Kai.
Hi guys, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Kakai, as Jennifer has introduced me, and I have an extensive background in blockchain and Web3 technology. And yeah, so straight to your question on examples of possible solutions of blockchain technology that can be used to enhance governance, accountability, and transparency. I'll just take one or two, then I'll let my colleague Gilbert also highlight more. So one key example I can shoot is, for instance, in Kenya, one of the biggest historical corruption injustices are land fraud and land scams. So we've have several solutions of people proposing to build digitized solution on blockchain for land transactions, land transfer. And this is very important because blockchain records are immutable in the sense that somebody will not wake up one morning and tell you, oh, all the title deeds have disappeared at the land registry. Because of that technology, all of it can be recovered. But one of the biggest challenges we have witnessed in terms of implementing such very awesome, very transparent tech solutions is because they need some form of approval from someone. So even when there was a proposal to take the whole land registry on the blockchain, the proposal had to go through Parliament. And of course, you all know what happens when such a very awesome proposal goes through Parliament. It was shut down. So this just shows that as much as we have these very awesome tech tools, sometimes the barriers to entry are not really in the tech tools, but are in the adoption and the implementation of some of these. So the counter to that is a permissionless way of doing things. And I think we saw this during the Gen Z protests, when all of a sudden, guys did not rely on Parliament for public participation, but they started rolling out, for instance, their own GPTs of the Finance Bill 2023 and started self-education and guys developed portals for them to report progress on promises that have not been made and report progress on MPs that are not performing. So that kind of permissionless, decentralized way of mass education is what we actively need. So the biggest challenge, just reflecting on Solomon's point earlier on, is that yes, the tech is there, but implementing it will need some genius level of acting outside the system for us to go through, for some of these things to go through. So above and beyond land registries on the blockchain, we've also seen, for instance, voting systems. Like, and one difference between blockchain and Web 2 is this traceability. The fact that all this data on-chain can be audited and traced to the very end. So the moment, for instance, we take a voting system, which is also one of the biggest corruption hotbeds, is voting. The moment we take our voting systems on-chain, it really goes a long way in promoting transparency and accountability. But still we go back to the same challenge whereby for me to get IEBC to adopt a blockchain-based voting system, I have to take a law to Parliament and get parliamentarians to approve it. We are talking about the same people who right now, as we are discussing, are trying to amend a law for us not to see live data being transmission by IEBC. So it becomes a question on, is it a value thing or is it a technology thing? Because technology can also only solve too much as long as our values are not aligned and people don't have good faith in adopting some of these technologies. We end up in a situation like a snake that eats its own tail, whereby we have the tech, but it just can't pass. And one thing I will reemphasize now, the beauty about blockchain is we can find ways of implementing technology without taking them through permissioned system. So for instance, I think we were discussing in Basel some time ago, for instance, let's say Parliament decides to shut down, this law successfully passes and all of a sudden IEBC is not transmitting results live. Nothing stops the youth from having an independent system whereby if I go and cast my vote, I go and log into this bot or this space and also make an entry. So that for every vote you've casted on the ballot, you have this decentralized independent system that is free from interference, that can double check what you've entered. The reason why we love blockchain so much is the aspect of decentralization. Decentralization means it's free from control of anyone. Because the moment a system is centralized, it means there's somebody who is paying for that system to run. So that person who is paying for that system to run can run an instruction for a server to be shut down or for a server not to be opened. But if a system is decentralized and accessible to anyone, then citizens can publicly make entries and verify data without being at the mercy of any one person who can either turn on or shut down the system. So those are two examples, but I think Basil can add. Yeah, you could. Awesome.
Thank you. Round of applause. That seems to notify that a lot of the people have understood what you've said. Even though it's a lot of tech jargon, but I think with young people, especially the Gen Z generation here, this is something that's very common to you. Thank you for raising the issues of human barriers with regards to implementation of some of the blockchain strategies. I know you've mentioned the young parliamentarians, and I can confirm I asked Ken Babu to stay for this very reason, because there'll be some questions coming to you. I know there's been some traction or some attempts at parliamentary level in terms of regulating this space. Maybe we will have that discussion as well. But moving on to our ELF colleague, when we talk about the issues of or these tools being, a very good strategy for independence of the youth, and we've seen this, especially during the Gen Z protests. We saw young people coming up very strongly, using the tools they know, social media, to actually advocate for accountability, to mobilize, and so on and so forth. What are some of these strategies to ensure that we sustain the same energy and the same efforts that were led sometime in June, July? I know you've engaged, especially through the foundation, a lot of young people who do this. Over to you.
All right. Good afternoon, great young people of Kenya. My name is Edward Kipkalia, the current Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships Officer at Emerging Leaders Foundation Africa, where we build the capacity of young people on matters leadership, development and mentorship, governance and civic engagement, as well as economic empowerment. I'm very passionate about leadership, governance and technology. And as the question was being asked to me, allow me to use. Yes, so as the question was being asked to me, there are two fundamental truths that I will want to all of us to understand. One is that technology is not a magical weapon, that it can just be disposed to solve all our problems. We've seen this a lot happening. When we talk about anti-corruption, one of the key things that everyone keeps saying is use technology. It's not a magical weapon. The second truth is that if you look at technology, it is not a replacement to our human integrity and our social responsibility. No matter how much we try to innovate using technology, let us understand that it is not a replacement to our human integrity and our social responsibility. And so as we continue to use these tools, the question that you should be asking yourself every time you interact with technology is, what is your intention? What do you intend to use that technology to do? Because your intention is the determining factor to how you're going to utilize that technology. And we've seen this a lot during what has been said here a lot about the Gen Z protest. That what is the intention of the young people towards that technology? Because your intention is very important, and that intention leads to your action. Your action leads to your habit, and your habit leads to becoming the person who you are, and that determines your level of utilizing that technology. And so one of the tools that we need to be very aware of and how we can sustain that digital technology is being very aware of our intentions. There is no magical weapon, because a lot of time when we talk about innovation, people think about something bigger. Right now, as we talk about Gen Z protest that happened, everyone is trying to look at what is that one big tool that I can come up with that can help sustain change in the community. Whereas that is important, it is not the necessity towards ensuring that sustainable change, because one of the things that we should be aware is that innovation needs to be in your mindset. It's how you can do something better, and it doesn't need to be very big technological solutions that you can sustain in your community. And so that mindset is very important. Secondly, is building a community that rally beyond that call, which essentially points towards the objective of us as young people, towards what is our intention towards pursuing that mission that we want to pursue with technology. And so our mindset is very important. What we consume is very important. How we choose to use that technology is also very important. And that is a very key determining factor towards ensuring that we utilize this technology towards a sustainable, strategic future that we want to see.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kapkalia, for reminding us that we are the fourth industrial revolution generation, and it's up to us to decide how that will benefit this continent. Noting as well that this is the most youthful continent in the world, which has great impact when it comes to the use of digital technologies in this day and age. Now allow me to, as we excuse Mr. Kaikai, but allow me to jump over to William. Maybe just give us a brief overview of some of the digitalization strategies that UNODC has engaged, the youth, but also with government counterparts, where that is going, and what are some of the key lessons they can pick, or rather the youth can pick from the work that you're doing.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. You'll allow me to please just echo a bit what some of my previous speakers have said around awareness of our intentions. And just before we went for lunch, the environment, the atmosphere was quite eclectic. People were injecting, watu walikanyaga shingo. And I think after eating lunch, it's only befitting that we keep up that atmosphere so that it's not another situation of, bora wameshiba wana maneno. So some things that I picked up earlier during the day about our perceptions and what some of the values that we here collectively share. I liked that someone said they did not commit or they did not engage in corruption because of their conscience. And then this same issue of conscience echoed around the room, and I realized then maybe there's a collective conscience that we all share. And then I had someone mention they represent Kenya ni Mimi. We all know the slogan Kenya ni Home. And based on the discussions earlier today, we had someone say, or rather I can clearly see that we as young people here are standing on business, that we really want to make a change. We are committed, we have the zeal, we have the passion. And I dare say, moving out of here, perhaps it's safe to say that we're also standing on integrity, right? That we have those values, that we want to make a change and we want to do what's necessary. So in terms of tech and what's happening, we hear a lot about people-centered digitalization and trying to have tech reforms that focus on people. And that's the basic trajectory that we've been seeing the government taking. We've seen the digitization of public services, e-citizen, in the justice system where we have a bit of more view. We've seen also changes in the judiciary e-filing system. The ODPP have an e-filing system as well. And we're seeing that things are going digital. But what does that mean for us? It means two things. First, the word is transparency. But transparency how? Transparency in this sense, seeing as it's coming from government, downward transparency. That we are able to see government opening up its processes to the public. We're able to see public hearings virtually through Teams, and people were able to chant Ruto must go during an active case, you know. Suffice to say that that's contempt of court, so please try not to do that again. But yes, we are seeing opportunities for the public to engage directly with government, and we are seeing that level of transparency. But this form of transparency evolves beyond just government automating. These tech tools are not only for government. As we've heard our colleagues say, the opportunities for us as young people. And I liked what Fidel said at the end, that let us not lose hope. Let us apply ourselves. Let us arm ourselves, first of all, with the necessary knowledge. And how do we do that? Well, we have all these open access portals that Francesco spoke about. We have the various portals that we can be able to access information. We've seen one of the activists online, Morara, doing it. He goes, reads the Auditor General's report, analyzes it, goes on site and confirms whether this has been done. We have a role as young people, and we are seeing people doing it. It's only a matter of us engaging. Other ways, allow me to be a shameless plug. We've seen Transparency International come up with an app. It's called Action for Transparency. And what does that app help you to do? You can go on Google Play right now, look for it. If you see any case of corruption, if you see any case of bribery, you can report it on that app. And the EACC also have an anonymous reporting portal. If you see anything that you feel or that you consider as corruption, as a young person, you have an opportunity to bring change, to change this situation and to, call it out. So yes, there's room for that. There's room for us to engage. There's room for us to stand on integrity. That's what I'd say.
Wow. Round of applause for William. There's room for us to stand on integrity, and perhaps I'll press you further on the discussions you and I have been having on open source intelligence. And I know Morara is one case example, and there are many young people who do this, by the way, just in case there are people who don't like him here. There are many young people who've done this work, who've tried to follow the money, essentially, and try and see where the progress of certain projects being run by our government institutions. Is this something, as you're saying, is this something that perhaps the young people can innovate around? Is this data, accessible to young people, and how can we amplify this work? Because we've seen where this pressure has been applied, there has been some traction. And I felt very sad when somebody said, where is the incentive for me to be, not to be corrupt? The incentive is, it's all around you. Even if you buy that, as our CEO said, you buy that Range Rover, you step out of your house, there's a pothole. Yeah, you get a puncture. Or you try and get access to medical services, and you're unable to do that. Education sector as well. So you can hide your corrupt proceeds, but you can't hide away from the impact of corruption. So thinking about that, how can we amplify? Because that, for me, was one of a very innovative strategy that we can use as young people to be an oversight sort of additional arm to what is happening in the country.
Yes, the people's arm. Of course, with due respect to the people's representatives. So open source intelligence is something that's been there for some time. As the word suggests, it's open, but intelligence makes it sound a bit serious, but really it's just information that we can access. Again, Auditor General's reports, any reports that are published online. So, okay, first, it requires us as young people to invest in understanding processes. We need to understand how, for example, the budget making process is done. We need to understand how the various documents are gazetted, so that even as we go to follow the money, we can see where it started. When some people say that we are seeing harambes being given in church when it's not been budgeted for, that gives us something to look for. It means we can go to the budget appropriation statement and see, were there any allocations that were made to harambes? And then therefore we can come back and follow the money backwards and question. So basically what open source intelligence means is that we are collecting information that's publicly available. We are leveraging on what government is doing in trying to make information publicly accessible. We are analyzing this information, and we are standing on integrity to call them out later on and say, in this statement, this is what was provided. A few years later, we are seeing a different situation on the ground. Kindly help us understand why this is not the scenario as was expected. Bana Solomon from the EACC rightfully challenged us to play our role. That governments, we cannot sit back and wait for governments to do their thing. We have to push. And part of this pushing, aside from the protests, can also be done strategically. as our colleague was saying, we can gather strategic information, and that's why it's called intelligence, that is open. We can gather this strategic information, analyze it, and present it to the public, create awareness, create a critical mass of people who are able to call out their representatives and say, we need accountability for what has been published. This is information that is publicly available. This is what was expected to be done, and we need to see why it's not been done, and if there's a reason, we need to be made to understand. It also gives us an opportunity at the same time to be whistleblowers. And I know this is a very live discussion. It gives us an opportunity as young people to be whistleblowers, to come out and say, I have witnessed this, and provide that information to the public authorities who are tasked with enforcement, so that they can have a lead for purposes of further investigations. So it gives us an opportunity as youth, again, to stand on integrity, to be able to put our money where our mouth is, where our frustrations are. We can show it. We can go in, do the deep work, collect, analyze, present this information, and make a strong case. We have multiple avenues. I mean, if you look at people like Okiya Mtata, he's been able to present so many court petitions, all based on publicly available information. So again, it's our chance, it's our opportunity to push back and to be able to provide the necessary accountability that we so clearly deserve and demand.
Wow, thank you so much. That's so clearly put. Again, we are the fourth industrial revolution generation. So most of you grew up understanding, or we grew up in the age of information, where information was easily accessible right at the click of a button. So we are able, or rather we ought to be able to use this to advocate for accountability, and so on and so forth. When it comes to strategies, and William, you've alluded to this, specific strategies for anti-corruption advocacy, I'd like to invite Madam Anne Mercy Wairimu. What has been your experience? You know, what has worked? What does not work? And what are some of the things we can do moving forward?
Hi, everyone. My name is Anne Mercy. I am the Kenya's UX Research Lead at Branch Microfinance Bank. Very passionate about tech and also good governance. So I'll jump straight to your question, what has worked? I think social media has worked. I feel social media advocacy has worked. And it's quite interesting because beyond EACC, we have other tools that have been created. For example, we have WikiLeaks. I don't know how many of us have visited that site. It has an account of all the corruption cases that have been captured by the system since 1978. And the figures there are very staggering. You'll actually get twice as angry as you are right now if you see the amount of money that is being leaked into the systems, right? Also, I want us to expand the scope of corruption. We're talking about money and resources. But we've been hearing about sex for grades. That's corruption. That's someone using their power to give you something you deserve, something you work for. Why do you have to sleep with someone to get a job, to actually get your grades, right? We've seen parents in schools being asked for money so that they can secure spots. And at what expense? Someone from a less privileged home and their spot in a proper school, and then we have a kid from a well-privileged family. They didn't earn their spot, they pay for that spot, and then what? We leave the other kid out there, they are struggling, they do not get proper education systems, and even the looting of public resources is part of why we have very broken system. Right now, if you are healthy, you must thank God, because the way the system right now is being structured, you are being set up to rest in peace even before your time comes, right? So if you look at the effects of corruption everywhere, and as someone said, they start at home. Unahonga prefect so that asikuandike kwa list ya noisemakers, right? So it's a systemic thing we've created, but we've narrowed it down into monetary things so that we do not take accountability of the roles that we ourselves are playing in terms of ensuring that we keep the corruption system going, right? So what has worked right now? Now going back to the question I was asked, I feel social media has worked. I've mentioned WikiLeaks. Cyprian Nyakundi, he's always doing anonymous stuff out here. Every day he's exposing someone who is corrupt or who is robbing someone of dignity, because you being robbed dignity is also corruption, right? We've seen things like ChatGPT during the demonstrations. They worked perfectly. For the very first time, we had a way of ensuring there was accessibility and also that information was broken down in ways that people could understand. You could go to GPT, tell it to even describe what that bill means in Sheng. And that is important because one of the ways that we are kept behind in terms of fighting corruption is how information is structured. It's so complicated, sometimes you get lost in the process. Also, if you look at some countries like Lebanon, they've gone beyond the negative talk where we just report people who are taking money or taking bribes or misusing the system. They have what we call I am a good champion or I'm fighting corruption, and you highlight your story where you went to an office, name the office, what did they ask for, what did you reject. They also have something I find very interesting. Their drop boxes are designed in terms of cars, right? So you find the most corrupt office, kama Kenya Power. Munaeka hizo complaints zote and then you park that vehicle outside there until the government does something about it. I think that's a very good system. It should be outside parliament. Inafaa kuko nje ya parliament. In fact, I would love Boni's idea. You remember he took coffins to the streets and people were asking why we have coffins. Those are very important advocacy tools, right? So such systems work. But then where are the gaps? Again, goes back to kila siku sisi ni advocates. Sai we are in an advocacy space, right? But then there are gaps in these advocacy spaces. The tools we have, they are geared towards people who are very tech savvy, the young people. But if you look at the system, the people who suffer the most from corruption wako mashinani. So imagine telling your grandmother to use ChatGPT. Right? So utaitiwa kanisa utaombewa, because now that's uchawi to them. So we have gaps in terms of accessibility. We are only taking care of a very small section of people, whereas corruption is impacting every single one of us, including mtoto hajazaliwa. So why are we taking care of a specific section of people while leaving the rest out? So for example, when it comes to reporting these corruption cases, tumesema EACC, I know they have drop-in boxes. You can write a letter to them. You can write an email. You can go to Huduma centers to report. Again, you can do a lot of this stuff. But how many of us have that knowledge to actually do that, right? Two, someone said, report yalafu. It's okay we are reporting. It's okay we are whistleblowing. It's okay we are submitting that I went somewhere, I was asked for money, or I was asked for this in exchange for this. But then what happens to these culprits? We cannot keep reporting issues that do not get addressed. It's tiring. It's very disheartening. It's actually very demoralizing. Sioni why I should come tell a leader today, ABCD happened. They go do nothing about it. Tomorrow, the same thing. And even the cases that have been reported, we've seen them getting withdrawn. Who makes those choices to withdraw cases that have enough evidence to prosecute? Who makes those choices? And again, this is why we need to keep finyaing the government. Inject kabisa. Because you cannot just withdraw a case because someone is affiliated to you. These people are hurting us. They are not necessarily hurting the system. I find that very, very unfair. So some of the things that don't work is the government. Again, your lawmakers, our lawmakers. They have the time to sit in parliament for over 72 hours to impeach a whole deputy president, but not enough time to sit in the house and create policies that work for us, create policies that allow decentralized technologies so that we can audit them properly. They have the time to abduct us, but somehow they do not have the time to abduct people who are stealing from us. Makes zero sense. In fact, I think the biggest hindrance to us having a system of integrity is the government and how it approaches the whole policies, right? So what can we do? One, keep agitating, usichoke. You have to tire these people with agitations. It has to keep happening. Kanyanga shingo, endeni kwa MP wenu mwambie cheki tuliona budget inakaa hivi, iko wapi pesa, right? Elect people who are functional. I'll give you a very classic example of Murang'a County. Siwatetei, but when Irongo Kangata became governor, one of the things that was happening in Murang'a County, which happens to be my county, was there was a lot of loopholes in terms of collections of payments. So he came in, digitized everything, and you wouldn't believe the last financial year, he collected 1.1 billion Kenya shillings. That was twice what we did in 22-2023 financial year. And people in the system hate him for it. Because what would happen, you would go to county level 5. Mtu anakuambia cheki, ukitaka kuingia huko, kufanywa x-ray, you have to pay like 5K. And then you go to the doctor. Before you see a doctor, you have to pay another 1K. So by the time you're leaving the hospital, you've actually left more money than where you went there in the first place. And because you're leaving more money, even drugs, hakuna, they stole, right? So him streamlining that was very important. So I believe one of the biggest ways we can actually start getting results is move beyond the advocacy and start punishing these people, action things. Again, Kenya, very good at policies, creating stuff, but do we never move beyond that point? And also, keep holding the government accountable. There's only so much we can do when the systems keep holding us back. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Mercy. I think at this juncture, before I come back to the panel, are there any questions in the room? Yes, if I can have somebody assist me with the mic. I see a hand in this middle section. A second hand and third hand. Okay. I think let's start with the very first hand. Yes, madam.
Yes, thank you. My name is Paula Kimbo, once again from the Ethics Ambassadors Network of Strathmore University. So my question is, what's our... Yes, thank you. My question is, what is our panelists' take on e-governance? Because we've seen it work for Estonia in terms of reducing corruption and effectiveness of service delivery to the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think number 2 was here. E-governance, I think, William, you can take that one.
Thank you. My name is Yvonne Kionde. I'm from Kenya Nimeme campaign, and my question still on technology is, in as much as we are trying to say there is some extent in which technology can help, not necessarily eliminate, but curb the extent of corruption. Have we considered the population or the number of people that are able to access this technology, and before we bring it in, are we ready to train people for it, or we just want to implement it for the few people who will benefit and not consider the other people who might not be able to access the type of technology we're talking about? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. Bridging the digital divide, I will request Basil to take that one. Yes, I'll take maybe 3 more hands, and then yes.
Yes, my name is Eric Rimberi and I'm a youth representative. And I want to ask a question, especially when it comes to issues of campaign financing, because because campaign financing has become sort of a pertinent issue, especially during electioneering period, because you find that the ruling elites spend almost billions and billions in terms of campaigning and taking their rallies like countrywide, especially the elite ruling class, and you find that part of that part of the billions that they are spending is also the one that they are using to bribe voters in order to vote for them, and then voters do not like. You find that voters do not think of in terms of, if I'm voting for this person, what does this person stand for? What does this person believe in? If this person comes, if I elect this person into office, how is he going to serve how is he going to serve me as a citizen and my community or this country wholeheartedly? And wholeheartedly. So I think that there's a lot of corruption even in terms of campaign financing and even during elections. So I want to understand the panelists' take on that. Thank you.
Thank you. This one will allow me to ambush KYPA. Ken, I hope you've captured the question on campaign financing. All right. Yes, right at the back in purple.
Hello, I'm John.
Sorry, I can't see you, John. Oh, all right, fantastic. Okay.
I'm John. I wanted to ask a question. We have learned that technology is beneficial in exposing these corrupt officials, but I wanted to ask to inquire about the negative ways that technology is being used by these corrupt politicians. For example, we learned that there was election meddling with this Cambridge Analytica during elections in the Uhuru era. So I wanted to ask, how can we use technology to counter these moves? Because some people are in power, and because they have influence and wealth, they can manipulate this technology to getting them in more power. So that was my question, and I wanted to know, how can we counter that as youth?
It's a good question. I will request Mr. Kapkalia to attempt. Next.
My name is Valencia Oroa, from a criminologist from the University of Nairobi. I have a question based on a document I've seen today. So Sudi and Murara, they have been disqualified from getting into the US by the FBI. And I feel like DCIs are like the FBI in the US. So I ask myself, and I ask the panelists, because I heard you saying that you work with the legal team and criminology and criminal justice. So what I'm asking is very simple. Do you feel like the DCIs are doing their job for the right purposes?
Yes, thank you. I think William will respond. Yes, we can move on to this section as we close.
I'm saying we have
two more. Okay.
Hi, my name is Lena Wakarende from Precious Blood. And my question is, as we say that social media is actually, let's say, a benefit for fighting corruption, can we also say that it's an actual gateway to corruption?
A social media gateway for corruption? That's the question?
Yes.
All right. I'll request Ms. Anne Mercy to respond to that briefly. Next. If you're loud enough, you can try use the yes.
Hi, so my name is Fadil Minya. I'm a blockchain developer. So my question goes to doesn't go to anyone. But recently during the protest, like a friend of mine, we are developing a system just to hold these leaders accountable. But telling me why the guy was abducted for just trying to come up with a system. So even if like we're trying to champion for a system that can actually hold these leaders accountable, why would I be in fear of actually, yes? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so why would I be in fear that even if I'm building this system, that I may be caught or be abducted by these leaders? So, yeah.
It's a good question. Risks, I think that one will split. We'll have that covered by the Web3. You haven't had the question. Could you repeat?
Sure. So I'm saying my name is Fadil Mlinya. I'm a blockchain developer. So recently during the protest, a friend of mine was abducted. The reason is like we were building a system whereby it was supposed to hold these leaders accountable. So why would I be in fear of building a system that can hold these leaders accountable? That yes, I may build it, but at the same time, I'm building it while I'm coming with a feature. Like why would I be afraid of just building like a good system? Yeah.
Safety,
what's
security,
protecting us,
and the risks and the protections, the legal protections that exist. So that's a very good question. We'll split it. We'll start with the Basil, as well as I'll just take advantage of the legal colleagues on the panel, as well as William. William will cover the legal protections bit. Yeah. Can we take just two more? Okay. Then we'll see, because we have to move to the next session. Then you can also speak to the panelists afterwards if you have any burning question that needs to be addressed. Yes.
Hello everyone. My name is Bahati Joseph, and I'm a youth representative, and I'm not a blockchain developer. So that's why I'm asking this question for the people like me who don't understand anything to do with blockchain. How do you guys, because the current topic is about technology, right? And someone has talked about bridging the digital gap. And for someone like me who knows nothing about blockchain, how do you intend to make it very easy for me to understand how you're going to solve issues on corruption through blockchain? And how do you intend to incentivize blockchain, this technology that you're talking about? Because must I understand blockchain and to be able to use or benefit from it, or is it only to people who understand it? That's my question.
Okay, that's a good question.
As easy as possible for us.
Thank you. It shall be answered. We do have somebody from the committee present. Last question.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Moses Ayecho. I'm a data scientist from KCA University, still studying, and also an adult education instructor. I have one question. Two panelists mentioned something very pertinent about policy and the fourth industrialization. But we do know that the biggest part of policy is the implementation. We've had very many policies geared to eradicating the unemployment menace by equipping young people with the digital skills. Where my question comes this way. Where is the disconnect? Why are we having many policies being drafted but not implemented? I'm saying that because as of yesterday, I checked data on the courses still offered by the universities, but we find that there are still traditional courses which have lost relevance in the market. Why ain't the education fraternity taking these courses seriously and implement only offer courses which align with Industry 4.0? Thank you very much. I hope the question is clear.
Quite clear. Thank you very much, Moses. That will be addressed hopefully by Anne, Ms. Anne Mercy. All right. Let me come back to the panelists. We'll start with Mr. Basil, I know you had a number of questions coming to you. Very quickly, perhaps in 1 minute.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Basil Gilbert Ogola from the Virtual Assets Chamber of Commerce. So I'll just dive right into the 3 or 4 questions that have been shot at me. So first, Fadil asked about, for someone who's building platforms that could help, hold leaders accountable, how could they go about this in terms of the safety? So on that, Fadil, I'm thinking about blockchain's ability to preserve your privacy in a way that you don't necessarily have to have your physical identity out there, even as you try and become a whistleblower in the process. So think about zero knowledge, for example, that preserves your privacy while allowing you to verify the data from the source that the data that you are putting out from your source. So this can be used on other use cases, not just protecting the identity of the whistleblower. It could even evolve beyond that to financial disclosures for sensitive items, and even transparent procurement, where guys in the procurement industry have to put out, or we can easily trace how the procurement negotiations went, how they end up assigning the tenders and so on and so forth. So in particularly for the safety of the whistleblower, think about utilizing zero knowledge. I know, Fadil, you understand what zero knowledge is. It's a bit complex, but I'd be willing to engage with anyone else who'd like to know more about the technology in depth, on how it works and how you are able to put out information, or how information is able to be verified without you as the end user giving out your privacy in particular. Then second, a question was asked about how to improve the access, training, and the fact that maybe few people understand this technology. So for now, I know that there are initiatives, not probably from the government sector, but from the private sector, in which different entities are trying to improve user knowledge or the understanding of Web3 platforms. We have Wycliffe with us here from A&D Forensics, who have been doing a lot of training, working with law enforcement agencies to track and trace crypto assets or money that potentially comes from fraudulent activities. So they do a lot of trainings in that front. We have communities such as the Web3 clubs that develop a lot of understanding from the technical side of it for the developers. There are talks with the India Blockchain Association. It's not an Adani deal. However, they do a lot of capacity building. They've done it for governments in the European Union successfully. And I think potentially even incorporating some of these trainings in our curriculums at different levels, we might be able to start building user knowledge or the ability of users to utilize Web3. I'm not saying that it's easy, but you at least have to have some very basic understanding of how Web3 works for you to utilize it. And on top of that, I know there have been a lot of conversations among developers on what's known as abstraction, which is as much as possible simplifying the technical aspects of some of the tools that are being used, be it the interface that the end user is interacting with, or so on and so forth, such that they do not need to understand really what's going in the back, but they know it's Web3, but they're able to utilize it as simply as they're utilizing most of the Web2 platforms that we've come to know. How to solve corruption using blockchain. I think someone asked that from that side. I mean, for that, I think Kakai touched on some aspects to do with that, but the sad reality with that is, if it touches on things of public interest or things that still have to go through, the guys who we've put there to represent us, then for some of these things to be even passed into bill, they're the same guys who expect them to, drive them forward. So from even a policy-making standpoint, it's kind of a hurdle if at all the policymakers, for example, either do not want to pass some of these policies, or them themselves are not educated enough on what Web3 is, because again, regulating Web3 has been a problem, given that they don't really even understand what they're regulating. They know that money is being made from here, and they're like, you know what, let's tax it first, we'll come to understand it later. So those are some of the problems that we're facing. But outside that, even without support from the public or the government side of things, like Kakai and I were talking about, what stops us from developing a blockchain platform, a parallel blockchain platform that we privately contribute towards, such that if they shut, the public broadcasting of votes, we can be able to tell by our own data that we feed into the blockchain privately, and that is, verifiable and immutable. We can also track things from our end, such that when they tell us this is how it's going, we are able to say no. The blockchain, which is an immutable platform, secure and transparent, says otherwise. So what happened? Then in terms of incentives to adapt blockchain, I'm thinking about the concept of gamification, especially for the kids who, or the guys who are coming, from the lower levels of education, kids. Gamification in that they are able to interact or understand blockchain by interacting with them in gamified model. Maybe a game that could help explain how a zero knowledge something works, what immutability means, and so on and so forth. Then, I think I've sufficiently answered most of the questions you had, so thank you so much for the opportunity to answer.
Before you hand over the mic, there's another question from Churchill. We are currently in 4IR, of course. A lot of bots have been created. ChatGPT has allowed customized GPTs. His friend is currently working on a customized GPT that exposes corrupt government officials. How sure how safe is he?
Yeah, again, maybe I'll fall back to what I had explained to Fadil. Maybe Churchill, whoever you are, you could meet me after this, then I could be able to explain the concept of zero knowledge and some of the privacy features that are recorded in blockchain. I could also link you to a community of developers who do a lot of work around these areas. Most notably the Web3 clubs, and Fadil is actually here. I think it's a very good first point of contact because again, that involves some of the tech.
And be mad. Let's protect our mental health, please. The other way that government misuses technology is on data misuse. If you give your information today to Safaricom, for example, you receive several messages of promotions about Betika, about SportPesa, and the rest, just to mention a few. And that is very wrong, because I'm a big proponent of something called contextual integrity. That means that if you submit your data to one party, the other party who needs to access your information has to receive your consent. And that needs to be practiced by each and every one of us. If I give you my information, if I give you my number, don't send that number or give that number to another person without informing me. That is wrong. And so contextual integrity is very important, and also it helps us curb a lot of misuse, because politicians look at such small spaces and say, and if you go to court, they will say this is something that is being done by everyone. Lastly, there is a misuse of electoral interference through hacking, especially from the constituency level to the national tally in Kenya at Bomas. And that is a space where a lot of results are being hacked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving over to Ms. Anne Mercy.
So I had two questions. Yes. One was around why we have a disconnect between the policies and the implementation aspect. And I think I can sum that up into 3 points. One, we have a design flow where our leaders design for what they do not know. if you design in a vacuum and in silos, and you design for something that you do not understand, you are definitely going to have hitches when it comes to implementation, because again, you're designing out of context. You have no basic understanding of what is happening. A case in example is the proposed AI bill. It makes zero sense. We've not even developed AI to the point that it requires regulation, yet we are trying to make sure that we have a policy. What are we policing in the first place, right? So the second thing would be, there's very poor coordination in Kenya. These people work in boardrooms alone. There is no communication, they don't share data. So we have an MP saying this, we have the president saying that, we have us, the citizens, knowing this. So in that whole mess, we get lost in terms of implementation, because again, now that brings me to the third point, we cannot monitor anything. And it's why it's even very hard to hold our leaders accountable, because we do not have a continuity in terms of, we created a policy, this is what we are supposed to achieve, these are the goals, and this is how we keep track of those goals. We just develop policies to look cool. We do not develop policies so that they can work for us. So I think that is those are the three main issues we have when it comes to translating what we have on paper and making it work for the country. The other question was around, is social media also a platform or aiding in corruption? I believe yes. I keep saying social media is an extension of who we are as a society. So what social media does, it might not necessarily be directly allowing corruption to happen, but it gives you access to people who are corrupt, and also it allows the sharing of information in a manner that allows us to be corrupt. So for example, if you want to go to a certain office and you do not know people within your circles who can help you get a favor, what do? You go online, ask munajua nani kwa hiyo ofisi, they give you a name, you go, pay them, and that's it. So it is an extension of what we do kwa ground. It does not necessarily directly lead to corruption, but it definitely gives us a platform to tap into the larger space of corruption. Yeah.
Wow, very well put. Thank you very much. In terms of the design flaws and policy, I think we'll also allow KYPA to also address that as they address the issue of campaign financing. Over to you, William.
Thank you. With the first question on whether e-governance can reduce corruption, yes. This has been the main motivation for adopting e-governance. If you go back to the e-governance policy, I think dating 2002, 2003 in the Kibaki government, this was one of the motivations. And yes, it does promote, or rather it does reduce corruption in two ways. One, transparency. Remember we talked about earlier, downward and upward transparency. So downward transparency in the sense that if government adopts an open access order, that is open access to its information, we the public are able to see, again, as we were saying earlier, the Auditor General statements, the budget appropriation statements, the various documents that are used to manage finances in our country, and we are based on this information, based on this e-government process, we are able to hold them accountable. At the same time, removing the human interface when it comes to certain public services has also enhanced integrity, because then you have removed the human element, and as we're being given the example of Moranga, they were able to increase their revenue collections just by going digital. So yes, e-governance can reduce corruption, and however, I'd insist on saying that e-governance only works to the extent that the people building these systems adopt a value-based approach. And that is, you might remember that when we started the discussion, we spoke about values. And you'll hear always people talking about people-centered approaches to technological solutions. It's based on values. It's based on what you as an individual building the back end hold as your values. Do you have integrity as a personal value? If so, then you'll translate those same safeguards onto the system. And this also again translates to the aspect of social media. while social media is a very good tool for open source intelligence and analysis, it's also a very dangerous tool for misinformation and disinformation, as has been said. The same way we have people of goodwill with integrity trying to post information that is relevant for us as the public, is the same way we have people receiving 527 shillings to say the complete opposite of what is not true. So again, even as you're engaging on the OSINT space, on the open source intelligence space, trying to post, trying to source for information, your values will still matter, and that is what will determine the integrity of your output. And this leads me also to the question around the DCI. Now, I do not have the capacity to be able to respond as to whether or not they are doing their job. However, we are safe. We can be grateful that we have security services that are keeping us safe to some extent. However, when it comes to that specific letter that has circulated about those two individuals, again, OSINT skills are very important here. Please look at that letter. Go to the original site of the institution that is allegedly being claimed to have written that letter. Look at their headers, look at their footers. Analyze their fonts previously. Analyze the current font. Go through the text. Look at the addressees. Look at the language used. It is not in the place of an American institution to have a typo in an official document like that one. So what I'm trying to say is that that letter is perceivably misinformation. If it is deliberate, it is disinformation. And again, this is why when you're sourcing information online, try and really be scrutinized. Remember, we are standing on integrity. We want to really make sure that whatever we are putting out is the truth. It's real. It's the objective truth. It does not change. It does not phase, whether now or whether 10 years later. So again, please, guys, make sure as you're engaging with information online, make sure you're able to verify. And I'm very happy to hear that we already had a project around that. On the last question around the legal protections for witness, for whistleblowing, we have the Witness Protection Agency in Kenya, which is mandated to protect institutions. And this is where also laws and policies come in. We have the Whistleblower Protections Bill, which had specific provisions providing for how whistleblowers can be protected. As in addition to the zero knowledge protocol that you can use for distributed ledgers, you can also rely, once this is passed, and this is perhaps also why we should emphasize on why a whistleblower protection should be passed. We can be able to also ensure that these same things are translated online, that this protection of the confidentiality of the person whose whistleblowing is protected, and that if a system is going to be used, that same protection is translated on the system to do that zero knowledge. At the same time, we also have the mandated institution being given powers to even acquire court orders, seeking that this whistleblower is protected. So there are provisions in the law that make sure that you're protected as an individual, but of course, using your operational protocols to keep your identity safe would be a first point of action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think our panel of many lawyers has done a very good job. Allow me at this juncture to invite KYPA representative, just answer those two questions very briefly. The first one was on campaign financing. The second one was on the, what did you call it? Design flows for policies. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. I think, having listened to the panelists and looked at the environment, I think this is a parliamentary setup. And therefore, you'll allow me to refer to Jennifer as the speaker of this session. Is that okay? It is not functional. So, honorable members, through the speaker, Madam Speaker, allow me to address the issue on the Campaign Financing Act and bring to the attention of the House that the Campaign Finance Act was passed in 2013 as part of the broader mechanism to manage the campaigns and use of resources in trying to convince the electorates to vote you in. But the major reason why this bill was brought in and actually passed into law was to regulate financing of political campaigns. Today, you will find an MCA spending up to around 30 million just to earn a salary of 144,000 for 5 years. If you calculate that, it doesn't sum up to even 10 million. So you fail to understand what's the inspiration behind that. This bill, this act was put into place to ensure there's transparency in our dealings during the political process. It was put in place to ensure that, we promote accountability when electing our leaders. So that as a young person, a voter, you can stand and question your member of parliament or your candidate or your aspirant. You've talked to us and you've given at least everybody 2K. And here we are about 2,000. And you've never been employed before. What is your source? You see, we're talking about corruption. Or you've been a government employee. But you have spent close to 10 or 12,000 a day campaigning to be an MP. So accountability. This okay? Thank you, honorable members. So this act was basically put into place for 3 reasons. That is regulate financing, promote accountability, and ensure there's transparency. But unfortunately, it has not been functional. In fact, after being passed in 2013, the act was suspended. And we were told that it was supposed to start working in 2017, after 2017 elections. 2022, we saw the same thing happening. It wasn't put into place. The biggest challenge that has been there is political goodwill. Because if you look at the act, I have it on my phone here. If you want, I'll share. If you look at the act, it is clear that there is a maximum amount that one can spend to campaign for being, to be a governor, an MCA, an MP, or a president. You cannot pass that mark. And if you pass that mark, then it becomes a question of integrity. And if this act is put into action, hiyo mitego itashika nani jamani? Honorable members, I put the question to you. If we put this act to action, who is going to be in trouble? In trouble? The members, right? So there's not been, we've not had political goodwill to ensure that this act is put into action. But I want to say, if it is action today, the biggest beneficiary will be a young person who has ambitions but do not have those resources. Provided that you have the messaging, the agenda, and a clear vision to your people, you can have your campaigns running, communicate to the people, and let them elect you based on your ideas and agendas. Again, it comes back to us, the voters, and the citizens. We ask for this money sometimes, and we make the members feel like if they don't give it, they'll not get the votes. So we put them in a situation where they have to. So you see, if they look at it in that way, they cannot action this act. Because minus that money, they won't be elected. Another issue that is making this act not to operate is the legal issues, legal cases. We've had legal cases around this act in court. Members of parliament or members of the political class. I don't want to say members of parliament only because we also have MCAs and governors. Members of the political space who are feeling like if this act is actionable, they will not be able to secure certain seats. They've used proxies to try to derail the activation or the operation of this act through court cases. So it gets us back to political goodwill, right? And then we have funding and resourcing of institutions that oversees elections, in this case IBC. Because anyway, at the end of the day, it is the IBC that will determine that person A spent more than what's expected. Because if we put the Finance Act into action, it is the IBC to monitor. Unfortunately, up to now we do not have the IBC, and we are not sure if you'll have the IBC, and we are not prepared to have the IBC, and we are okay not having the IBC. So what we are saying is this. As young people, this is now a challenge. Now let me not talk as a member of KYPA, but as a young person who is also interested in this country and would like to see this country go forward. We need to put the people in place, people in power, people with authority in question to ensure that institutions of governance are operational. As we talk right now, we have constituencies without members of parliament. We have wards without members of county assemblies. We have nominations that have not been actualized because we do not have an IBC. As if that is not important, we've seen people and speculations. We are focused on how we can put a bill in parliament to ensure that there is no live streaming of results. But again, I want to ask you, honorable members, colleague MPs, if we've been having issues of electoral irregularities and malpractice, but at that time we could be able to see the live streaming of results. The man nawauliza, if we do not have live streaming of results, what are you going to expect? Si itakuwa mbaya jamani. It will be bad, right? So, as colleague young people want to say, we need to step up and put the government into question. We need to step up and take our position and ask rightful questions to the right people at the right time. And this is the time. We cannot talk about doing away with live streaming of results, whereas we do not have an IBC that should be conducting those elections. Today, after the post-25th June Gen Z protest, we should be having an IBC to register these young people to be voters. Because I believe inside this house, there are aspirants, people who are interested in contesting. Is that the case? But who is going to vote you if this IBC is not constituted so that your people, your fans, your supporters can get registered? So those are the questions. And I want to appeal to all of us and Jennifer, that one of the resolutions from this conference and this gathering should be that the young people of this country seated at the UN headquarters decided that the IEBC should be reconstituted in the next 30 days. And because I said this is a parliament, I want to put the question on behalf of the Speaker that on 2nd December 2024, at the United Nations headquarters, young people from different parts of the country convened and had a robust conversation and in unison agreed that the Kenyan government should ensure that the IEBC is reconstituted in the next 60 days. And I put the question. With as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Babu. Thank you, Babu. But you are not the Speaker of this House, so you cannot call for a vote. Thank you very much for those submissions. I think you've really clarified what the issues are around the campaign financing law. I think at this juncture, we really have to move on with the proposal. There was one more question on bridging the digital divide, but I will put the two of you together to discuss after when we're having tea. But thank you very much. I think for me, this has been one very interesting panel. I've learned so much, actually from you, the youth. It seems that you're very much engaged in these very technical and heavy issues. So I really appreciate you. First of all, kindly appreciate our panelists who really unpacked. Thank you very much for really unpacking very difficult, some difficult topics. Really also appreciate yourselves for sitting through. For sitting through and engaging very actively. So at this moment, allow me to invite my colleagues, Hope Kemama, where are you? And Denin Muchelule to take the stage as our panelists leave and join the rest of the plenary. They will be taking us through the process of adopting these recommendations that Mr. Ken is proposing, which will be discussed, debated, and agreed upon. Yeah? So to avoid any misquoting or misinformation, we'll have to agree as young people in this forum. Please take the stage, as well as the youth representatives who are coming to provide the summary. Please come forward. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Now maybe, I think now it's gone on.
Good afternoon.
Just try this one? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. How is everyone doing? Naona mmenyamaza sana. So I want us to do a small game to ensure that everyone achangamke kidogo. So kindly could I have everyone standing? Thank you. So it's just a very simple game that's going to take us about 2 minutes. So I'll just do a brief demonstration with my colleague, Hope. So you just, one person's finger should be up, and the person next to you, so the right hand or left hand, whichever, you just look. And then the person right next to you, his hand should be this way. Yeah? I don't know if you guys have seen this game before. Yeah. So I will do a countdown. 3, 2, 1. When I say hold, and before you hold someone's hand, please seek consent. Yes. So is everyone ready? Is everyone ready? Okay, fine guys, silence.
Mic check.
So, fine, so I'm going to do okay, fine. But so I'm going to do a countdown from 3 to 1. When I say hold, everyone holds. Now,
Use your courtroom voice.
can everyone hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, I'm asking him to use his courtroom voice. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to do a countdown. 3, 2, 1. When I say hold, that's someone who's not attentive.
Okay. Okay.
So I'll do the countdown. When I say hold, you hold. Now, every winner is going to remain standing, and the one who loses sits down, so that they are very embarrassed about it.
Okay, here we go. You're holding the finger. Snatch the finger. And then the other one takes it away as fast as possible. Okay. 1. Here we go.
3. Hey. Guys, it's 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Okay, 3, 2.
Make sure she can.
My people are doing a horrible job. Okay, fine. So 3, 2. Guys, one last time, everyone stand up. Yes. Not standing, kindly, please. Yeah. So we're going to do it one last time. On the count of 3, you're going to hold the other person's finger. So, is everyone ready?
Yes.
3. Okay, fine, guys. Let's try again. Shh. Let's try again. 3, 2, 1. Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is actually, yes, thanks to my colleague Jennifer who did session 3. She mentioned that was a fun session, but this is a fun session actually. So this session is basically involving the development of an anti-corruption action plan. And I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Denning Muchelule. I'm a project associate at the UNODC African Corruption Hub. And I have my colleague here.
Yes, thank you, Denning. Good afternoon. You have a lot of energy. This is really, really fun. So my name is Hope Kemama. I'm a project support officer at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. And the pillar I support is the Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Program and extending support to the anti-corruption team.
Yeah, thank you so much, Hope. So now, this session is going to be very interactive. So it's basically an interactive session that's going to involve us breaking into groups and developing an anti-corruption action plan. And this also involves basically, looking at the corruption risks and coming up with strategies that promote accountability and transparency. Now, based on that, I'm going to basically introduce my very good friend. He's called David Murigu. He's a council member at the Ethics Ambassadors Network. So he's going to do an introduction and brief overview of the Africa Youth Anti-Corruption Vision 2030. So once he comes, he'll just do his presentation, and then from there we'll basically instruct you guys how we're going to distribute into the various groups and draft this action plan. So I think you should be happy that we are creating history, and if this goes through, then you are part of it. So David, kindly. Makofi kwake, makofi.
Yeah, so good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. So I'm David Maina Murigu. I'm a council member at Ethics Ambassadors Network and UNODC. And so I'm going to give a brief introduction of the African Youth Anti-Corruption 2030 Vision. So last year, actually around a time like this, youth leaders from different African countries conveyed here at the Union, not in this room, but in another room. And so they came up with this document that sometime later we are going to share
with you, named the African Youth Anti-Corruption 2030 Vision. So allow me to be quick and brief. I'm going to read through the document. It's not so long. I'm going to be quick so that we can continue with the group discussions. So we, the young people of Africa, play a key role in ensuring the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. The world has less than 7 years left to achieve them. Corruption hinders greatly the achievement of these fundamental global goals. The document, prepared under the auspices of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, and its GRACE, GRACE is the Global Resource for Anti-Corruption Education and Youth Empowerment. Under the GRACE initiative, outlines the African Youth Anti-Corruption 2030 Vision. It highlights the critical role of young Africans in countering corruption to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by 2030. The document reflects the outcomes of discussions held during the youth event dubbed as UNCAC Belongs to Youth, African Youth 2030 Vision on Anti-Corruption, and outlines 5 priority areas for action. So yeah, I'm going to need each and every one of you to be attentive here on the key points that were discussed. Number 1, just a minute. Number 1 was unemployment. Number 2, education. Number 3, weak governance. Number 4, crime and violence. Number 5, health. Are we together up to that point? Are we together? Okay, thank you so much. So allow me to briefly highlight the points that were discussed under each priority area. So number 1, by 2030, no youth should be subjected to opportunity for pay. Priority access and favors will be reduced to the minimum when seeking for employment. Also, before I forget, kindly allow me to let you guys know why we are doing this. So this was discussed within the African scope. Okay? We know how Tanzania does their things is different from how Kenya does their things, right? And so whatever we are going to be discussing in the next what should I call it? Okay, whatever we are going to be discussing next is basically under the Kenyan scope, okay? So kindly listen to what cuts across Africa and highlight and note what is not highlighted that you know affects within unemployment within your country, Kenya, okay? Thank you. So, number 2, by 2030, recruitment and procurement processes in public and private sectors are transparent, fair, and have outlined accountability processes. Number 3, by 2030, there should be a favorable economic and financial environment for youth enterprises. Bribery in business will no longer be an issue. Number 2, under education. By 2030, government shall have done reforms in the education sector to ensure that ethics and integrity classes are taught from a young age on and mainstreamed throughout the education system. Number 2, by 2030, no one will exchange sex or other bribes to get good grades in school. Number 3, by 2030, institutions of learning shall enforce strict adherence to the code of conduct to ensure that bribe is eliminated in the institutions. Number 4, under education, by 2030, government shall strengthen education institutions in their countries to deal with irregularities in the education sector that breed corruption. Number 3, priority number 3 is weak governance. By 2030, we, the youth of Africa, want corruption to be defined as a crime against humanity for all UNCAC state parties. Number 2, we want to see youth represented in leadership and their active participation in governance. Number 3, people who show integrity will feel supported and protected both in the public and private sector. Number 4, we will have strong and independent institutions to implement and enforce laws. Number 5, we will have public officials with integrity, and we will feel protected and supported by them. Number 6, the last one under weak governance, all African youth will have access to digital platforms, providing access to information that will aid the fight against corruption. Priority area number 4, crime and violence. By 2030, we will have strong institutions that will hold everyone accountable for their crimes. The anti-corruption laws will actually be a form of deterrence, and there will be no more impunity. Number 2, by 2030, we are looking forward to equal distribution of resources to reduce the poverty that pushes people over the edge and produce the tendencies of committing crimes such as corruption. Number 3, under crime and violence, in 2030 or by 2030, more youth voices will join the fight against corruption. Lastly, under health, it's the top priority number 5. By 2030, corruption will no longer prevent any young African from accessing free quality health care resources with regards to sexual reproductive health, medicine, therapy, and vaccines. Number 2, by 2030, no young African should be a victim of drug abuse due to issues such as misinformation, forceful use, peer pressure, etc. By reading the corruption connected to misinformation of various drugs in promoting the use of these drugs and lack of transparency, promoting the use of these drugs. Lastly, under health, public sector officials will stop engaging in corruption, aiding the trafficking and procurement of drugs. Yeah, so that's it under those top 5 priority areas, and I'm going to hand it back to you so that the discussion can go on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. So Dunning and I would like to request we are short of time, so we're going to limit it to 15 minutes. And what this activity is going to entail is group discussions for the 15 minutes. And we want to divide you into groups of 6. So this will cover each priority area that David had shared, though we will come to the groups and remind you of the topic that you are going to discuss. We have 5 rows, and we need 6 groups. So we are counting the first row from here all the way to the other end as group 1. The second row will be from here all the way to the other end as group 2, all the way to group 5. However, we also need to form group 6. So we're requesting that each row delegates 3 members who will join group 6 separately, if that makes sense. In case you haven't understood, just let me know and I'll explain again. If you've understood, I want to proceed to now telling you how we're dividing the sections. So this first section is going to have group 1 in the first few rows and group 2 in the rows behind that. The middle section here will have group 3 and 4, 3 in the first few rows and 4 in the rows behind. And then we will have the 2 remaining groups on this last section. First few sections can be group 5 and remaining
systems. Group 3, this is where Ken Babu's recommendation comes in. Group 3, group 4, crime and violence. Crime, group 4. Group 4 over here on my right. Group 4, please raise your hand so that your members find you. I think you're in 2 different areas. Can you guys move there? Group 4, move there. Yes, keep raising your hands. Group 5, where are you? Group 5? Okay, group 5, there they are. Please join them.
I do so.
Group 5?
I do so.
critical areas for Kenya that are not in the 5 groups
Group 6.
that young people would need to see addressed.
Huh?
For example, campaign financing. That's not in the African Youth Vision, but it's a Kenyan priority. So come here.
Yes.
Yeah, group 6, just come, get up on the podium and come around me. Good. Do I have everyone from group 6? Especially if you know you have a key issue that's a priority for Kenya and it was not in the African Youth Vision. Please come here. This is the moment we need to make sure that this is a Kenyan document by Kenyan young people. Please come. Fantastic. So there could be a proposal that's not covered in this paper. I think we can start with.
As probably why to register. So like a policy, if you are a youth plan register a company, then you need to pay 1,000. So such incentives is setting up the company and tax incentives and all of that tax enforcement comes with the brand. This thing also extends to bidding to government when they are asking for things like bid bonds of 20 million and all those things that only favor guys of the law, international wealth, guys who are set up and so for instance, same thing for you to set up a business and they want to participate in such activities. The barrier of entry is so high. So I can't even bid for government. So tender, because the bid bond is like 100 million. Where will I get 100 million? So there needs to be like an inclusive way of allowing a youth was a very awesome project. And for that specific idea, example was very software space, and you'll find that you have a team of skilled software developers who want to build a solution. And let's say IBC is not pricing for Newton, but they're putting a big board of 100 million PHPs. The person who affords 100 million PHPs does not have the skills to build that solution. And the whole goal of the skills to do that solution. So what usually ends up happening is a foreign French company ends up getting that. So they can go outside. But if they do it, they have to get some
services for half asking around economic stability and fiscal responsibility, amending the legislation to nullify any financing support administration for the same year has been vetted and passed as laid out in the law. Number 2, implementing policy any new domestic and foreign debt requiring public participation. Simply, that's what it is. Then capping amounts for specific budget line items to ensure value for money in all government procurement. So that's when we're buying pens for, how much is it? 5,000. We're not buying wheelbarrows for? You guys are too young. You don't remember? Oh, okay. Yes, so that's introducing capping amounts of specific budget items. Just for an example, we've seen this with markets where they have a big list and constructs catered to the market value for certain items that are needed in government operations, whether it's stationary, etc. Okay? Abolishing the constituency development fund here by the members of parliament, conducting and publishing a national debt annual report. So, publishing, auditing national debts. Okay, so that I think is what the young people wanted to do. How much do we owe and who do we owe? Do you understand? And what are the processes? What are the procedures to pay that? On corruption. So there was a whole section on corruption. So they proposed withdrawal of some proposed amendments that were going to weaken anti-corruption mechanisms to address. So that was addressed. Then they introduced reduction of legislation for a mandatory jail term of not less than 5 years for any individual convicted of looting public funds. So they're saying convicted, mandatory, not optional, where you can pay a fine, but you should go to jail for minimum. Young also proposed prohibiting any citizen with a criminal record or accused of corruption from holding public office in any capacity. The others are around giving EACC the powers to prosecute, as opposed to now we have the prosecution giving the prosecution and EACC and DCI investigating. Then there was a proposal to conduct lifestyle audits for all public schools. Proper lifestyle audits, not the self-declaration they give when you want to visit 2 years of how much I own, but proper lifestyle audits by external party to see what do you own, what does everyone around you own, and can you justify your wealth. You cannot then retail by the state. So that's part of asset recovery. EACC does this, but they do this based on intelligence. Okay? I hope you understand it. So here the recommendation was to have any person in the public, about 10 minutes, any state officer in the government. Alright, these are some of the key ones. Let me leave the team to discuss. I'm sure you will remember others came up. But yes, over to team leader.
So that when you go somewhere, everyone there's a contract for 100 days. I realize not see that. I would say this. I wish you kept the time if you were there, I don't think that was from close all the way more than 2 years. So this thing can add that was only the road. That is the whole content and it's a big amount of things. It's not a big we all come
Intense, Honorable Ken Babu. Just a moment. We do have a surprise guest who's come to visit and say hi. I think most of you know him, or some of you know him, but allow him to introduce himself and say hi to the Kenyan youth.
Vijana wa Kenya, oye! It's lovely to see you all. For those of you who I don't know, my name is Dr. Stephen Jackson. I'm the United Nations Resident Coordinator here in Kenya, but I've already seen a lot of faces around the room that I recognize. I really apologize for interrupting what looked like very concerted and vital and important discussions about how to combat corruption. And it seems to me that UNODC deserves a lot of credit for having realized just how important youth are to the fight against corruption. They deserve a lot of credit, except if we didn't know that that was important already, you did actually tell us that quite loudly over the summer a few months ago in the streets of Nairobi and elsewhere. The Gen Z were loud and proud and insistent on fighting corruption, strengthening governance, really strengthening accountability. And I, for one, was incredibly inspired by that, and it is amazing to see that spirit continuing in this hall today. We know that corruption is both wrong and also destructive. It goes without saying that it is wrong morally and ethically. But what's equally important is the damage that it does to Kenya's sustainable development journey. Depending on who you believe, it's costing anywhere between 5 and 10% of Kenya's development growth every year, and it's costing us very large sums of treasury that could be better put to educating our kids, keeping them healthy, creating jobs, and generally ensuring the future of the country. So the discussions that you're having today, I really want to thank you for them. I really want to encourage you to continue to fight to end this scourge of corruption that is holding this great country back. Keep with the spirit and the courage and the openness that you all had over the summer. But now the hard work is there. It's one thing to protest and demand change. Now we have to find ways to help the country deliver on that change. So we're counting on you. Asanteni sana na kwaherini.
As you are.
Congratulations. Thank you, and for supporting them, and relating with them so that they feel a bit represented.
Not at all.
Exactly.
representative. Then we may all return to our seats. And I'm requesting the team to project the recommendations. Hapana, si mapangale.
Mambo imechemka.
Okay, let's hurry up.
Imechemka mambo.
We will mute your mics if you continue in that manner. Fantastic. I think we have everyone on board. Group 1, 2, 3. Where is 4? Is she group 3? This one count is group 3. Group 4. Group 4, where are you? No, let me show you how to send it. Okay. Just go to Teams. Okay, I think we'll invite group leader for team 1 to start. Calling the meeting to order, honorable delegates. In a few years, you will be seated in spaces like this. You'll be required to carry yourself with decorum, as well as patience, so that we finalize. As the law students know, some of the processes for passing treaties and conventions are very lengthy. Even general resolutions of the General Assembly. So this is also practice. Let's finalize, let's get consensus, adopt, hopefully, and then we have presentation on the 9th. Over to you, Group 1, team leader.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Yes, I have had a privilege of leading a very nice group, Group 1. We were discussing on unemployment. People have given us very, very good suggestions, and also they were very important when it comes to unemployment and youths in this country. So I'll go very fast because there are so many things. So the first one was on startups and the startup bill. How do we ensure that this startup bill does go through, because it's already in Parliament, it has already passed the Senate and in Parliament. And this startup bill, how do we ensure that it's favoring all of us in the sense that it is giving the youths who are trying to start up businesses an upper hand, like reducing their taxes so that they don't have to pay so much taxes for, yet they do not have even the money to pay for those taxes. We also had on the same with tenders. How do youths get to be awarded tenders without paying so much money, and how are they going to be awarded tenders based on their merits and or their skills? How do we have skill-based awarding of tenders? Because you find that youths have very good skills, especially when it comes to IT, and they're not given the opportunity because they do not have maybe the money to acquire that tender, yet they have the skill. Yet we end up acquiring some companies in Europe or in the US or anywhere else in the world to come and do the work that we have skills for in this country. So how do we ensure that that is done very well? So we recommended that bids and tenders may be made in a way that they favor the common youth, so that they are able to get the same. We also talked of agriculture and farming. How do we ensure that youths go back to make agriculture more profitable? How do we ensure that we make it more profitable? We have our own marketing, we have our own farming of our products and sell them. How do we ensure that the policies that are coming on in Parliament and with our leaders are favoring the agricultural sector, so that we are able to put the knowledge that we have earned from universities into practice and ensure that our products in this country, because it's a very rich country with so much resources, how do we put these resources to use by ensuring that youths go back to agriculture and farming, so that they are able even to create jobs for themselves and others, and in the process ensure that they have impacted their own communities. So we also had another suggestion which I loved very much, and all of us as a group agreed that it was very essential, that is financial literacy. How do we ensure that youths in this country are aware of how to use funds, that in the job that you are, in the in the company that you're starting? How do you ensure that you're using that money in the correct way? So we need to start financial literacy all the way from the little ones in school to secondary schools to high schools and to primary schools, secondary schools, and universities, so that we can ensure that youths, when they're coming out here and earning, getting jobs and also starting their own business, they are able to utilize the money that they earn very well in the way that it is able to impact their businesses, and also at the same time they are able to generate wealth from that through saving. They should be taught through things. They should be taught saving and also other ways of generating more wealth from the profits they are earning or from the remuneration they get from their employers. So we also had policy making. How do we ensure that we noted that all these changes are able to be presented and are able to be put into practice if we have good policy makers? How do we ensure that our own youth are in those boardrooms to make these decisions on our behalf? We should not let other people who do not understand the hassle that we go through as youths to determine how we are going to live our lives. So we need to be able to vote in our own, so that they can go there and present our views as they are, and they are able to give our problems for consideration and give solutions that impact us as youths. So we also had also other recommendations on job portals. So I've been told my time is almost up, so I'll just read through them very quickly. So we had on creating job portals so that youths are not able to, they stop tarmacking a lot. We have one portal that is able to give information on jobs, that are available for youths. We also add the issue of innovation, vocational training. We also add integrity in employment by ensuring that employers are pay their good remuneration to their employees. We also had financial empowerment. We also discussed on how to take the conversation to the grassroots. How do we ensure that information of these employment opportunities, introduction of these, how to create businesses is taken back to our villages where we come from. So we also said awareness is very key to ensure that we cover unemployment in this country. We also discussed on employers. How do we ensure that we call employers to the table and ask them what, because sometimes we may blame the employer so much and forget that we also have our faults as employees. So how do we bring the employers on the table and ask them what is wrong with the employment sector? What can we do? What can be done to ensure that the employment sector is able to deliver and pay their employees well? So we should also ask the employers what problems they are going through with the policies and also with the policies that are made by our governments. We also discussed on how to ensure that we have hourly remuneration. That was also another very key point, that to ensure that we become a country that is able to pay its employees on hourly basis in a way that we can ensure that I can go to work and work for 3 hours, excuse another person to work for another 3 hours, and then go to other business, create another opportunity, so that we can have a very fast-moving country that is able to sustain the development that we have. Because you find that unga has gone very high, but we are not able to buy it. Why? Because we are not able to manage our employment, how we pay our employees, and how money will be brought back to the people, so that they are able to buy the unga and the sukari that has gone very high. So when we have a bill that supports hourly payment or hourly remuneration of employees, we find that I can go to work for 3 hours and leave another person to come work for 3 hours. Those 3 hours that I'm not in work, I'm doing something else that will help me generate more income for myself. So we also had the issue of internship and apprenticeships. So we discussed that internship should be a learning process, but a learning process that is paid. Because you find that most people go for internships and they do a lot, but they are not paid. You find, like, for example, the lawyers and the doctors, they take almost 7 years in school. That is 7 years of your life. By the time you're coming to the career field, you're already very mature. So you need to be encouraged and also given more given more. You're also paid well so that your internship and also learning so that you're able to empower yourself. So let me read this, sorry, just a minute, let me read this one very quickly. So promote, that one I've said, encourage innovation, support volunteerable groups like women and the minorities, and also ensure that we support them. Also add improve job opportunities, and yes, and also we posed one question to all of us in this room, that how do we ensure that we bring in youths with disabilities in this conversation? How do we ensure that youths in disabilities are brought into this conversation of unemployment, and even in all the areas that we are going to discuss today? Because you find that youths with disabilities are left out, and they are not, their concerns are not taken care of. So let us ensure that we do all that. That is all from me. I've rushed through it, but I thank the first group so much for being very active. Thank you so much, everyone.
Round of applause. Round of applause for Group 1. That was very good. I challenge you, members of Group 1. There was a proposed youth bill some time back, and I think it failed. And key among the issues that were to be addressed were the price of certain documents when applying for jobs, or the requirements, if need be, removal of that. There was a question of paid internships. I think that was a discussion for a very long time. So our young parliamentarians are here. We can start that conversation again. But thank you very much. We've captured, I think, for group 1, does item 1 to 9 capture everything you discussed? All those in favor say aye. Perfect. Let's move to Group 2.
Very well. Very good evening to all of you. My name is Ambassador Simon from Emerging Leaders Foundation. I had the privilege of moderating Group 2, which discussed the priority area for education. And in the spirit of whole government approach, I want to give this opportunity to our lead rapporteur to give a summary of our discussion. Welcome, David.
My name is David. On education, we are looking at four major thematic areas that Africa and Kenya also in particular needs to address. The first one is governments shall have done reforms in the education sector, and where ethics and integrity classes are to be taught from a young age and mainstreamed throughout the whole education system. That the second one, no one will exchange sex or other bribes to get good grades in school. The third one is institutions of learning shall enhance strict adherence to the code of conduct to ensure that bribery is eliminated in all institutions. The fourth one is strengthening the education institutions in their country to deal with irregularities in the education sector that breed corruption. So, on the second goal, on ensuring that there will be no sex exchange or other bribes to get good grades in school, Group 2 had this as their resolution on integrating sexual reproductive health rights with ethics and integrity awareness to curb no sex and bribes for grades. We also had integration of blockchain technology to strengthen education institutions in Kenya to deal with irregularities in systems of education. We also had a resolution and a proposal on consolidation of all bursary funds and education fund grants into one system so that they can be under one government agency, and the government agency shouldn't be politicized. We have this case or this scenario in Kenya where, for example, all bursaries are different bursaries are being distributed by different politicians, and probably they mismanage all these bursaries and all that, which is a way of encouraging corruption. So if there is a way that these funds, the government education grants and the bursaries, whether at the county level and the national government, be streamlined and be consolidated into one fund under one government agency, which is not a politicized agency. We also have introduction of electronic financial management systems to track the utilization of resources. We also had making learning relevant by incorporating cultural concepts in ethics and integrity from our small kids, from whether it's nursery all the way to primary, secondary schools, where we can incorporate various aspects of culture that we've probably kept aside for some time in our curriculum and in relation to ethics and integrity. We also have that idea can also be reinforced with the Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development should introduce a curriculum that incorporates ethics and integrity in education and education systems. On sub-theme 1, we had said that by 2030, governments should have done reforms in education systems and introduced classes on ethics and integrity. And I don't think this has really been implemented as at now. We also have whether there is a way we can curb irregularities in the education system, for example, by introducing technology in school placement, for example, the high school and university placement. I know one may say, for example, that yes, they're using technology right now, but we are proposing a way that, for example, if a child is placed, for example, is placed in the Starehe Boys Center, or all members of the public, for example, can access such a portal or such an information center where we may have other people of well-wishers and sponsors. Thank you. Well-wishers and sponsors are accessing such a portal, and they may, for example, offer themselves to sponsor a needy student who had, for example, been called at the Starehe Boys Center, but wouldn't have turned up, and that position, for example, that slot ends up being corruptly given to another well-up person. Yes, we had other points, but we'll probably share all that as time goes by.
All right, thank you. Just a reminder, we'll also share this summary with everybody who was here. As long as we have your email address, we'll share for any additional inputs if you have. Please don't leave. We are almost done. For those who are trying to walk out, we see you. Let's move on to the next group. Quickly, please.
All right, thank you very much. These are the deliberations and the recommendations from Group 3. So we decided to prioritize and highlight and also bring out the sports industry in terms of improving governance. And some of our recommendations include increasing the budget for sports, not only in terms of pay for athletes, but infrastructure and construction of stadiums and ensuring that these projects are finished. Because as of right now, we have 6 unfinished stadiums in 6 different counties and 2 that need refurbishing. And we believe that that is a flaw in governance that can easily be corrected. As we know, sports is a cash cow for Kenya, so we thought that would be important. Then number 2, we have public participation. Yes, public participation is one of the key principles of the Constitution of Kenya, but we suggest that there should be a legislation for public participation, the due process, and the quantitative and qualitative threshold of this process should also be highlighted, giving youth the platform to express themselves and equivalently participate in creation of policies, and holding our leaders accountable. We also decided to focus on access to information, that is to say functionality of the e-citizen, and providing an access to information, including translating different government documents and reforms to local languages, creation of awareness, and then also coming up with a GPT that is able to highlight and produce information on unfinished government projects, government expenditure, and our national debt burden. This will help hold our institutions accountable and enable us to progress towards good governance.
Okay.
We also discussed giving our institutions more power and holding them accountable in the same accord. For example, creating awareness on the role of the EACC in following up on cases of corruption, and also giving them a prosecutorial mandate to be able to prosecute perpetrators of corruption. We further discussed revision of policies to make them dynamic, specific, and precise. This was from a perspective that a lot of cases of corruption go unnoticed or go unaccounted for due to gray areas that are found in, let's say, the constitution or the legislations. And with revising of these, accommodating for the nuances in global trends such as cybersecurity, AI, and other technological advances, we can be able to achieve better governance. Then we also accounted for commending good
30 seconds.
We also accounted for commending good ethics and integrity among civil servants, and we recommend that assets from corruption should be redirected to public development projects, and publicizing cases of poor governance with the specifics, so that we're able to show the citizens that they're being heard and that these actions of corruption are not going unpunished. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Group 3. Group 4.
Group 4, sorry. I'll be very quick.
Thank you.
We were discussing about crime and violence, and our first recommendation was employment of the youth, because it will reduce idleness by a very big margin, and idleness and being broke is the major reason why we're engaging in crimes, as we are looking for a source to feed and have a shelter over our roof. Number 2, involving people more, because unheard people can do anything to get attention. For example, most of the time, even with the Al-Shabaab, these are people who are unheard and they're looking for different ways to voice out their opinions. So I'm not saying we should include an Al-Shabaab, but I think we should listen more to people and include them in public participation, in passing policies and passing laws. Our third point was on sponsoring and funding youths to do businesses. The startup bill, we should ensure that it is being implemented such that the conditions for doing businesses and startups are conducive for the young people to do things that will give them income and avoid engaging in crime. The other thing is drug and alcohol abuse. Nowadays, drug is no longer used because someone is depressed. We are using drugs for fun. And at the end of the day, they end up leading you to do some crime or engaging in violence. So we should curb this and also check on our mental health. The next point was raising the social status of the poor in slums and in ghettos, such that they are also able to access things like education, health, civil services, that they do not have to engage in crime and corruption and violence in order to access these services. The other one was empowering the society morality gods like churches, mosques, and schools. I'm sure most of us here, for some reason, you learned that stealing is bad from a church, or rather the school, or rather the mosque, or where we worship. So we should stop condemning these institutions, accept that they play a role in fighting crime and violence. We should empower them, support them, so that morality is learned from a very young age. And in that sense, when we were young, we used to study the social skills, and now they are no longer taught in schools anymore.
30 seconds.
The other one was protection of whistleblowers through making policies. There are 3 bills right now currently ongoing, but they have not officially been passed. The other one is criminalizing politicians who use goonship in the name of security. Youths are engaging in crime and violence as a form of a political CV. So we should criminalize that. The other one is strict enforcement and adherence to the rule of law. White-collar crimes need to be publicized more and called out, not just through words, but through actions. Ensure you suspend from office all those who have been accused of crime until they are proven innocent.
Yes.
They're almost done. Controlling holders of arms and weapons. Wealth should not be the only consideration when giving people arms. And then also, the people who hold arms legally should be undergoing regular psychic tests, because they are emotionally unstable and they end up misusing the weapons. On femicide, we need to stop justification of criminals and understanding criminals. The reason does not matter. The point is that you committed a crime and you need to be held accountable. And through that, we reintroduce death penalty for first-degree crimes. And the last one is government and NGOs should conduct civic education on genders to kill the male superiority thing. That is one of the things that is killing our society and encouraging some of our genders to engage in crime and violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to health. Health, I think you have very few interventions, so very quickly. Do you have a health representative? Oh, okay. All right, so, oh, here she is. Yes, please proceed quickly.
Good evening. In the interest of time, I will read the pointer and what we came up with. So I'll do that for the first 3 and then brush through the last 2. So the first one says, by 2030, corruption will no longer prevent any young African from accessing free, quality healthcare resources with regard to sexual reproductive health, medicine, therapy, and vaccines. And what we came up with was implementing an e-procurement system backed by blockchain to ensure that all transactions are traceable. The second one is by 2030, no young African should be a victim of drug abuse due to issues such as misinformation, forceful use, peer pressure, etc. And what we came up with was creating an open source intelligence program to provide information to all users and consequently fact check the same information. The third pointer being public sector officials will stop engaging in corruption, aiding the trafficking and procurement of drugs. And we came up with the issue of creating an open data system with barcodes to ensure accountability of all medicine. Just to read the other 2, to create or rather have a centralized and independent medical record system to trace drug prescription and track all patients' medical progress. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think because of time, for the other interventions we will share. Sorry, group leader, I see you here. We will share, allow us to close for today. But this is the beginning of a big conversation. We hope you'll continue to be engaged. We have tea served outside for those who would like to have some tea. We will, yeah, we will share this via your either group representatives or directly to you on email, because some handwritings are not very legible. But yeah, we'll share this. Please feel free to comment, and then you will nominate who will present this to the national government on the 9th, all right? We will reach out the same way we reached out for participation on the 9th. Please participate. We hope to have sustained engagements throughout. We will come to Mashinani for those who've asked about grassroots engagement. We'll do as many activities as need be to ensure that there's meaningful, the word is meaningful engagement of young people. Thank you very much. It's been my absolute pleasure. My name is Jennifer Gidu. I am an advocate as well. I have been doing this work for a very long time, especially youth work, and I am very happy with the discussions we've had today. Asanteni sana and travel home safe. Thank you.
And they have
share like
I'll share
the next section.
Of course, I'll invite you. If you haven't registered, please register. If you know somebody who hasn't registered,